Check. Hello, 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 hello.
Apologies for that. We're trying to get the sound, and everything seems to be in place. These technical glitches do take place, and we do apologize as we ride on board with Sashank Gunasekara. Nevan Jayawardena, who's new to GT7, is also with us, and the car of choice, as Nevan. Nevan has a bit of a moment there. He's also got a penalty of 1.5 seconds for going into the barrier. Adam Junaid, another 14-year-old young man who was the champion of the AM class in 2022, has now elevated himself to the pro class. As you see, all these guys okay, yeah. I'm still trying to I'm trying to modulate the sound of the mic, and I do apologize. I'm just trying to figure out at what point the mic works without too much of a feedback. Thiago Pereira will coming into the pit lane, customary gold car with all the livery. Also, I'm not too sure what the car is. He's running a Porsche, as I see. Yes, Porsche 911. Everybody seems to be running Porsches. Sam, is there something that you and I don't know?
It seems like a one-make race, except for I think Shane Darren is driving the Nissan GTR.
That's a brilliant thing. Shane being very patriotic to the Japanese brand of Nissan on the Suzuka circuit, which is 5.8 kilometers long, and as Kevin Pereira is coming into the pits, these guys all having a maximum of 10 minutes to qualify. And there you see Kevin having done a pit stop. As Angelo Senratna, another guy who's decided to take the
He's driving the GTR.
GTR as well. Adam again beautifully getting round the long spoon curve. Just goes off a little bit there. These guys are all trying to find that sweet spot in the tires. Not easy. Shane Darren also driving the GTR. Nice color, Sam. I'm very impressed with the color that Shane has picked.
Because the interesting difference between GTS and GT7 is when you pick the livery, you can like play around with the colors. See, it sparkles a lot, kind of a thing. So it's
Sam,
different
you know
colors.
this corner, the 130R, was redesigned because there was a lot of accidents that took place.
Right. Okay.
And it was earlier a tighter corner. Now they've increased the radius from 85 meters to almost 300 meters. It's a longer flowing corner.
Okay.
And our dear friend Alan McNish had a very bad accident in this when he was driving in Formula One in this particular corner. Nothing happened to him, but after which they managed to change the corner a little bit. Sashan Gunasekara, who won the championship in the Sashan Gunasekara, who won the championship in 2022, now leading the pack as he's done a time of 1 minute 59.054. Where is Brian Pereira? B. Pereira. There you see Brian Pereira. Brian, another extremely talented driver. He's 4 tenths down. I wonder what exactly is happening there. He's trying to find out what Seshan's lines are. I presume he's just at on the boot of Seshan. Brian interestingly took part in the Esport Olympics and qualified in 11th place to a 13th place overall, and globally a global championship where Brian represented the Ceylon Motorsports Club in the Esport Olympics, and all credit to Brian. He flew in all the way from Australia where he is a resident. And it's interesting, Sam, where drivers from different countries taking part online, all Sri Lankans coming together on a Sunday evening, and fabulous outlook. As we see, Thiago has got pole 158.853, and we've got a little bit more than 4 minutes, I presume.
Yeah.
Or no, 2 minutes, I think. Or we may be right at the end of our qualifying at the moment. And there you see Seshan and Brian have got pole, and the gap between Seshan and Brian is 100. So the 1, 2 and 3 are split by 1,000th. I think qualifying is just about to finish as Seshan leads Brian, and followed by Thiago, Kevin, Angelo, Mevan, Adam, Viren, Shane and Nevan. So qualifying ends, and we'll be back with you in 2 minutes when the race will commence, and we'll see these 10 drivers vie for championship points. And there you see on the screen the times of all the drivers. See the chat going on the side with all the drivers as well. Some of these guys knocking each other, and then they do apologize to them immediately. Seshan, Brian, Thiago, Kevin, Angelo, Mevan, Adam, Viren, Shane Darren, and Nevan. That's the grid order for this round 2, race 1. So it's a 45-minute race, Sam?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. And roughly how many laps will they be doing here?
22.
22 laps, and they've got to
22.
take different tires.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory.
They're using softs at the
And
beginning.
you note it down somewhere.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So all the drivers have been know that they have to change.
They have to change.
All right.
It's on the
It's on the regulations, I
yeah.
presume. Right, and we go into the starting of the race. 22 laps. It's a long race for some of them. And this is race 1, and race 2 is a reverse grid of race 1. And there you have it. The cars are all lined up, and as they wait for starters' orders, anybody with a false start will get penalized. We'll ride on board with Brian. Lights on, 5 lights on, 5 lights off, and we have a start. We have a start, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the drivers all bunching up. Let's watch it from the front, from Brian's perspective. As Seshan nicely hugs the inside. Brian getting the better of Seshan, and Thiago and Brian are coming a little bit on a wheel to wheel there. A lot of argy-bargy in that first bit, but all is clear and everybody seems to have got through the first bit. As Sam said, it's a bit of a one make here, and Thiago tried to squeeze himself through with Brian, didn't really have the legs for that one, but all the drivers there have got past the first bit of the S's. Adam has gone all the way down. I wonder what happened to Adam. I hope there was no contact with the others. And Adam having... Everybody seems to be running on racing softs. Thiago is on mediums. Oh, that makes a big difference there. So Thiago starting off on mediums, and so is Seshan. Seshan already pulling a gap of 8/10 away from Brian. Amazing thing is that Seshan Gunasekara, who is at the moment driving on a set of medium tires, is pulling away from Brian, and I'm extremely surprised to see that Brian running the soft tires has not got temperature into his tires as yet. Thiago being hounded very much by Kevin Pereira, Brian's brother, as Kevin has a look and into the 130R, and they all brake very, very hard into the Casio triangle. Let's go down and ride on board with Angelo and the GTR. The GTR also a monster of a car, keeping up with the others. They're all trying to weave along this. Do I see any weaving happening here? I hope there's no weaving, and everybody's staying inside as Kevin comes on the outside of Thiago. No, he doesn't make that mistake. Angelo watching from the back. Viren driving a Peugeot. He's my man. I like Viren. He's always tries something totally different, and that's a beautiful car if nothing else. As Viren Botejo in the Peugeot RX,
RCX, I think.
RC.
Yeah.
Yes, RCX. It's a lovely car. It's a bit further down the grid, but nevertheless, there you see Viren having Viren trying his level best there to keep up with Angelo. Viren also running a pair of softs, I think. Yes. So Nevan running mediums, Mevan running softs, Adam at the back running mediums. So that would explain why Adam has dropped a little bit. And Shane Darren is also running a pair of softs. So Sam writing all this down. In the first stint, we've got Seshan Gunasekara, who's running a set of mediums. There you see Seshan, his tires there. The red means the amount of tire wear he's got, and fuel is the one next to that. Brian Pereira running racing soft. Thiago running mediums. Kevin Pereira on racing soft again. Angelo Senratna also on racing soft. Viren running softs as Viren ducks on the inside there, beautifully looking, nicely done Viren, and that was perfectly executed to take the place. I told you this Peugeot was the car of the day, and there you see Viren. That's a very short car. The wheelbase is extremely short, so he can get into these corners, he can really chuck it in, and you can see Viren has already pulled 5/10 away from Angelo. Angelo also run. Nevan running mediums. Mevan Pereira running softs again, as we see. We are going through this list just to make sure that we know who's running what. Adam Junaid running a pair of medium tires. Adam is a little slow today. I wonder why. He's generally a very quick driver. Shane Darren running a set of racing softs. So there you see it, ladies and gentlemen. Seshan Gunasekara not quite making a huge impression on Brian, but Brian running a set of softs. So he should be having the advantage. From what I understand, the soft tires are going to wear off somewhere around the 6th lap, whereas the mediums will get up to about 8 laps. So it's going to be a compromise. I'm not too sure why some are running mediums and some are running softs. It's a strategy game here. 22 laps. We're on lap 3 at the moment, as Seshan Gunasekara is nicely holding up the pack. He's making sure that Brian hasn't got the legs on this. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a perfect train there. And Viren Boteju is at the moment catching Kevin Pereira. He's 2.2 seconds away from them. And there you see Kevin and Angelo wondering what happened. It was a beautiful nudge down the inside. Used all his Honda SLX 1600 experience to do what he had to do. And all these guys all racing from home in different parts of the world. As you see, all these cars all branded with Nippon paint or Nippon Racing, as well as a Ceylon Motorsports Club on the side.
And of course, the championship is a tribute to one of our dear friends who left us, Kaushal Samrasinghe. So that's why you see this special decal that all the cars have.
It says
in memory of KS.
Oh, I saw that. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. That's a very, very nice thing. As we ride on board with Nevan. Mevan now getting on to the hooter of Nevan Jayawardena, the top. Seshan, Brian, Thiago, no change in that order, as we see Adam slowly but surely clawing into Mevan Pereira as he drives with that nice Maxis branding on it. Adam running with the Maxis brand with Chint, J Holmes, his sponsors there, and Shane Darren. I don't know what happened to Shane. Shane is running a very lonely 9 seconds off pace. He's generally on the money, but today he seems to have gone a little off pace. Seshan Gunasekara again pulling away from Brian. I'm really wondering what Brian is up to, because Seshan's tires has gone almost, I would say, 40%, and Thiago seems to have.
But check out Brian's tires.
Check exactly what I told you, Sam. 6 laps is max.
Yeah.
After that, these guys were telling me it's like riding on ice. So these guys are going to have to go the soft, the dry runners with tips. See, there you go. Viren has already gone to the pits. 5 laps and he's gone in. Unfortunately, the Peugeot didn't have the legs to go, and Brian must be now suffering there, as Thiago too has lost quite a bit of tires in the process. But if you look at Seshan's tires and Thiago's tires, they're pretty much the same, whereas Kevin's tires are completely shot. I'm very surprised. I have a lot of how should I say, not gratitude but amazement to these guys for driving in these cars with such tire wear. The other thing is, Sam, strategically, when you run with a heavy load of fuel, your tire wear is going to be much heavier. So at the start, you're running with a heavy load of fuel. And when you run a soft set of tires, the wear and tear is going to be a lot more technically.
Yeah, so
It-
whoever picked the medium tires, yes,
They'll
the
run
slight-
longer.
Yeah, they'll run longer. Yeah.
As you see, Brian too will be coming in for his first pit stop. And Seshan and Thiago are really managing their tires. They're going to run another 2 laps before they start coming in. They've got to change into another alternate set of tires. So maybe they'll run another soft, because it's a minimum of 3 stops this race.
Yeah.
Right, so 3 to 4 stops, and I'll be surprised if Brian doesn't come in. The first of our runners, no, he doesn't come in. He's actually
Staying out
for another lap, and they're all staying out. Thiago's there. Kevin is still following as well. So that's going to be a bit of a bummer for the ones who are running on mediums, because these guys are actually keeping the pace on a set of soft tires, and those guys are on a set of mediums. But you can see Kevin is falling off.
Yeah.
Kevin is now falling off.
He
The
doesn't
grip.
have any grip.
He has no grip, and he should have gone in there. This is going to be really detrimental. Angelo is going to catch him. Angelo's tires are Angelo's running a very strategic game. His tires are so good that he can run 8 laps,
Yeah.
right? And he's going to be catching Kevin.
Kevin is going to be in trouble because one tire is completely gone.
One tire is completely gone. He's keeping up with Thiago, which is amazing. But yet for all, and Adam, there you see Adam, the little man. He's like the hare and the tortoise. he's slowly clawing in. His tires are good. He's got enough fuel, and he's gonna get this thing through. Watch Adam there. Oh, a little raggedy on that one there, as he goes past the Degner curve under the bridge. Now that left hand is going to be a very tight one. I'm going to go back to Kevin, and I want to see how he's fallen off the grid. Yes, he's dropped to 1.7. Brian has to come in on this lap. There's no chance, and as these guys, Thiago and Seshan, are just not trying to do anything stupid, waiting for Brian to make the mistake, and there he goes on the inside. Brian is not going to have much grip. It's of no use for Brian to even defend it, because there's no point in the whole process. He's going to come into the pits now on this one for sure. Yes. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. As Brian comes in there, what tires is Brian going to change to? Let's watch and see. As he comes on the softs, as Angelo gets into 3rd place, he inherits that, and Adam is also there. Is he there?
Softs again.
Softs again. As as Mevan comes in as well, and he's on, and Kevin is on softs as well. No, Brian's on mediums. Brian changed to mediums, and Kevin is on mediums as well. Yes, they're on mediums. Brian is on mediums. And what did Viren change to? Viren is on mediums as well after his pit stop.
Okay.
Mevan is on mediums as well. He's changed to a set of mediums. Kevin's on mediums. Brian is on mediums. Shane Darren has not come into the pits as yet, so we wait for him. Nevan has also not come into the pits. Adam has also not gone to the pits as yet. And Angelo, Thiago and Seshan are still out there badgering each other. And let's see if the gap can be closed. It's not really closing. Seshan is pulling away from Thiago. Angelo is 4.5 seconds away from Thiago. Interesting times. Adam is 13 seconds away. Oops, there you go. Had a slight moment there. It's an odd place to go, Sam. I can't understand how he went on the left side, because he should be on the right side of the corner. Maybe his exit was not exactly perfect. Adam is not really catching Angelo, because the gap from 12 has gone to 14. Again, Adam is also having issues. keeping that car. Oops, a bit of a movement there. Adam will also have to come in. Angelo is already in the pits. And let's see if Adam dives in as well. He can do one more lap if he wants to, but he's going to get really slow by it. And Adam is coming into the pits as well. So the guys who really are moving their tires through are Thiago and Seshan. These two guys are going to go at least another lap or two before they do it. I'm wondering whether they're trying to, their last one will be a splash and dash. And Angelo in the pits. Adam goes into mediums, Nevan goes into mediums, and Angelo goes into mediums as well. So we've only got two drivers who've not really come into the pits as yet. That's our two lead pair, Seshan and Thiago, who are managing their tires perfectly and running it to another level of 1.7. Interestingly, most of these drivers have also joined the Yamaha KT100 go-kart racing. So Seshan, Thiago, Mevan, Adam, all these boys have now gone into the real world of go-karts as well. So a tribute to eSport, having brought them from where they are, as Brian now on a fresh set of rubber. Let's see if he can do something to reduce the gap. It's 32 seconds at the moment, and 30 seconds to Thiago. Thiago is now 1.6, the gap really not changing. And Kevin Pereira there, he's also got a set of racing mediums. It will be interesting to see because the lead pair may come with a set of softs now, and let's see what they can do. While in conversation this morning, they were telling me that the max that the mediums can do is 8 laps. And there you see Thiago has to come in. As he comes in there, and Seshan does another lap on his tires. Amazing guy, Sam. That boy never ceases to amaze me. And another lap, he's saved his fuel, he's saved his tires, and he's keeping the lap times. Look at the consistency in his lap times. In the last lap, he's done a 2:02 on his lap time.
Yep.
Right? And that clearly goes to show how consistent Seshan Gunasekara is as Thiago goes back into a set of mediums. Second set of mediums again.
No, he has not exited yet.
No, it's
So
gone to
that's it.
mediums. See, it says M there.
Okay.
Softs, gone to softs. Sorry, my mistake, my bad. As Thiago comes in third place, as he's got the same gap to Brian. Now it will be interesting to see because Brian's on a set of old mediums, which is 1 lap old, and Thiago is on a set of softs. In an ideal world, the softs should do better, but let's see. I'm very, very curious to see how Seshan drives. This corner is a toughie. It takes a lot out of your left or right rear tire, and Seshan takes it beautifully there. Sam, how do I get the inside view on this? There you see. Let's watch the input on Seshan's car as he goes through the spoon curve. This one is so... Watch his foot movement on the brake and the throttle. He's nimble through that. He's like on eggshells. He's nimble through that corner. Beautifully done. And that... Slight twitch, but he corrects it ideally. Very nicely done. The input on the steering, let's see now. See how he goes through 130R off the per gas. Doesn't really get on. He gets on the gas full, huh? So that means he's got total confidence in the car. Brakes here, tap on the accelerator, gets it over the curb again. Beautifully done. Corrects it a bit, and there he goes into the pits. Amazing drive from Seshan Gunasekara. I'm sure he'll go into softs as well. And Thiago has taken Brian the soft compound tires that Thiago had. Is going to have to pull him through this one. The gap now going to over a second. Strategy worked here as the lead 2 drivers are going to seriously pull away on this one. Brian Pereira, that's what he sees from inside his car. As Brian's input into 4th gear, 5th gear. And there you see the car speed of 234, 240, 245, 250, 252, and then he brakes hard into the first of the curves. Amazing, they're called the curves. They're not really called anything else. They're the first curve, the second, and the third, and the fourth. and then you get to the long left rider, which is the Dunlop curve. Nicely done there by Brian. He nicely points the car at the apex. Very definite there. He's on the throttle, off throttle, on throttle. Very gentle, nursing the car through those curves. Ideally there through Dunlop into the right hander, and now we go into Degner, and we are under the bridge here. Very nicely done by Brian. Let's ride on board with Kevin Pereira. Kevin is right on the tail of his brother Brian. I hope Kevin doesn't do anything unnecessary to the brother, the elder one. Angelo there is all by himself, is a bit far off. And Seshan has gone into the pits. And what has happened to Seshan? Seshan has come out in 5th place. What happened to Seshan? Somewhere down the line we missed what happened to Seshan. I'm sure we can get a replay of it later, but Seshan should have come way out in front after his pit stop, and he's done made some kind of mistake. These guys, have they underfueled? Oh, I see what he's doing. He's fueled his car full.
Oh,
He's
right.
gone and fueled his car full, and that's taken a lot more time. And he's got stuck behind Angelo, and this is going to seriously delay poor Seshan's progress. There he pulls out there, nicely done. I hope it works for him. Yes, Seshan goes there, but on the switchback, no chance for Angelo. That car is way too heavy to do a switchback. That would have really delayed Sessions. He needs to get in front of Thiago and Brian, and there you see Kevin has overtaken Brian as well. It's not the best day for Brian and Kevin and Thiago, these 3 guys in the front. Thiago has a 4 point We're back, ladies and gentlemen, after a bit of a glitch on GT7. This is the AM race, which is on GT Sport, the older version of it, and we have with us 7 drivers. We've got 3 drivers who couldn't take part today, but in the process we've got Inuk Madhumarachi, Mahilal Pires, Praveen Peter, Randika Veeravarnakula, Sam Smith, and Tamindra Veeravarnakula and Kavin Rajapaksa. So once again, everybody wants to run the Porsche. Sam?
It seems like another one-make race. Everybody's running the Porsche 911 GT.
And 10 minutes of qualifying, and we've got
22 laps once again.
again 22 laps. Oh
22
man,
laps.
these guys are really going to have a tough time on this one. The tyre wear on GT Sport is as bad as it is on GT7, and 2 sets of tyres required, minimum change between whatever you'll wish, from a hard to a medium to a soft. And we ride on board with Praveen Peter, and we've got Mahilal as well. Beautifully done. Nippon branding. Nippon, by the way, is the sponsor of the series, and Nippon Paint is our principal sponsor for all the events of CMSC. We've got Mahagastota, we've got karting slalom, we've got Gymkhana, we've got the online race at home. So there you see it. Let me go up from. We've got Tamindra and Tamindra Veeravardhana. There you have the car again, beautifully done in Nippon branding. That's young Kavin Rajapaksa. And Kavin seems to have missed all the logo branding, Sam. I think we'll have to have a chat with Sam, with Kavin, to get his car branded with all the sponsors' logos. Kavin is a young boy who's just joining us for this series. Mahilal again, beautifully done. Nippon branding on his car as well. Slightly different to Tamindra's, but car looking beautiful. Praveen Peter, again another driver who's been with us over the last season as well. Again, I think his car needs to be branded as well. I think he's missed the memo somewhere, but we wish them all the very best. So Kavin at the moment setting the fastest time of 2 minutes dead, 1:12. Randika has been with us as well for quite some time. I think this is his 2nd season or 3rd season with us, and Randika clocks the 3rd fastest time there. Mahilal, we saw him earlier. Sam Smith, Sam just returning from Katana when he took part in the autocross today, and congratulations to Sam. I'm told that he won his class in the Peugeot 505 in the classic event. And Inuk Madhumarachi, who's been with us right throughout in the last 3 seasons and hasn't set a time as yet, but Inuk slowly clawing into the times that he should be getting. And you see Inuk with all the branding from Nippon as well. I can see the Nippon branding at the back of the car. Nicely done. He's also carrying, I can see he's carrying, yes, he is carrying the logo of Fleming on the side of his car. Beautifully done. There you have it, as Kavin there clocking a good 5/10 ahead, faster than anybody else. But this is early days. We still have about 3+ minutes, almost 4 minutes here. And if I were them, I'd run with a lot less fuel in their cars, but they choose to run otherwise. I suppose the car comes out of the garage with a full tank. These mechanics not really being helpful there. And there you see Kavin cutting the corner a little bit too much. He tries that again, and the game might give him a penalty. Praveen Peter, astute driver. Praveen is the brother-in-law of Brian Pereira, who you saw in the previous in the pro event. Comes out right in front of Randika, who had a bit of a moment. And there you see a pit stop happening. There you see all these guys coming in for tires.
Why?
Get fresh tires, Sam. Get fresh tires and go out again. That's what they would do. You run 2-3 laps, reduce your fuel load, come back in, put in a fresh rubber, and run the first couple of minutes with full out on the fuel, so that you burn your maximum fuel here, and come back on track with a lighter fuel load and a fresh set of rubber. I mean, that's the most practical thing to do.
Yeah.
And we see Kavin doing the same thing as well. Inuk again has not set a time, has he? No, he hasn't set a time as yet. I think he's just passing.
First lap he has done 2:18.
No, that was his out lap, Sam.
Sorry.
That's his
Now
out lap.
he has done 2:01.
So there you go. Inuk is in 5th place. Inuk is going to do a flyer now, I think. And these boys all coming into karting as well. Inuk taking part in the KT100 Yamaha series. I'm told that Kavin is also thinking of making the plunge. We wish these boys all the very best, because young blood is what we need to see in the sport for continuity. Sam?
Yep, it is. That's the whole purpose of Ceylon Motorsports Club, enriching and enhancing the grassroots level motorsport. It's a good thing that we have started esport, because as you can see, from esport from virtual to reality, real world driving, we are doing a lot of switching. That's good.
Sam, end of the day, if you look at this, you've got Thiago, Mevan, Brian, Kevin, Viren from the pro class, Angelo, who's also been into karting. So most of these guys have actually play a dual role. I mean, they take part in the events online, and they hone their skills. And a parent the other day told me, I saved a lot of money because of esports. So I asked him, what do you mean? He said, no, I didn't have to take him to a track and teach him where to brake, where to corner, where the apexes were, how to trail brake. All these things they learned on a simulator, and it cost me nothing. Imagine if I had to spend this money taking them to a track, which practically you and I don't think about it that way. We think about e-sport online. These guys are having a good time on a Sunday. You and I are also watching these guys going around and trying to discipline half these fellows. But end of the day, there's another side to this.
True.
Right? So you take Seshan. Where was he? Where is he now? And what is he doing in the real world as well? Adam, Inuk, all these guys are coming into the real world of motorsport, and they are all 12, 13, 14-year-olds. This is what we need. That's what we need, like to see the youngsters coming in.
Yeah, even Kavin is in that same age bracket.
Yep. Sam, what's happening to Sam Smith? A bit jittery in the middle there. The car seems to be slightly on a bit of a knife edge there.
Yeah, he's got a full load of fuel.
I don't know what he's doing. I think he went back in, got a fresh set of rubber, and filled his tank up as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't really work. Got to lose the fuel as much as you can. Mahilal used to be really on the money. I'm sure he's going to do a flyer on this one. The final lap it shows. And there you see the car beautifully taking the full width of the track into that 130 yard. Brakes hard for Casino 1 on that right hander, into the left hander. You can take the curb a little bit more. That one you should be curbing a bit more. And as Mahilal comes across the line, I'm sure he's going to get a faster lap. No, not yet. He hasn't crossed the line. Clock's still running. Mahilal still not achieved a quicker time. I wonder what happened. Anyway, qualifying is over. It is what it is. We got Kavin on pole. On Kavin still on a lap. Oh, we got 1 minute 22 left.
Yeah,
my bad.
Yeah. Some of the drivers must be still on track.
Let's watch Kavin going up. This is the spoon, and he's using the full width of the track. There he gets it on the white, off the white line. That was a little unnecessary, but and there you see him turning into. Let's watch him from inside, turning inside there, and very definite curb hops it there, nicely done. I'm sure he's going to be having a better time than he got earlier. Not really sure. He's only done. Oh, he's a smart cookie. He didn't really get the faster time, and there you have it. So race will start immediately, and this is a standing start. Let's ride on board with Praveen Peter. Lights are under starter's orders and we're off. Let's see the cars go, as they're pretty much equal. I think Inuk had a good start. Yes, he's got right in the middle of it. No, he didn't really get much out of it there, but Randika gets a good run on the inside there. And who was that?
That's Kavin.
Kavin went off on his own?
On his own.
On his own. That is really sad. I think that corner you need to be really careful. You be a little bit more exuberant on that one and you're going to have trouble. But Kavin is a fast driver. He's going to catch this whole bunch, overtake them. Let's have a look at what tires these guys are running. They're running. Praveen Peter is on racing softs. He's scampering away, and Randika is on racing softs as well. Inuk Madhumarachi in third place. Beautifully done. Slightly a little too wide there, Inuk. Also on racing softs. Losing it there, going a little too wide. Nicely done. And Tamindra also on racing softs. Mahilal is on racing softs as well. Sam Smith on racing softs. So the entire pack all running on the racing softs. We're right on board with Praveen Peter as Randika gets right up to the hooter of Praveen Peter, and I think he takes a different line. Yo! That was completely off, and I really don't know what Randika was doing there. He's going to have a penalty for sure. Stewards are watching that one as Randika does a really bad number on this thing. I don't know what happened. There will be a penalty for Randika on that one. Lap 1, and it's in the spoon curve. And Inuk inherits the lead of this race. That was a little unnecessary. I really don't know what he was trying. He was trying to go on the inside earlier, Randika, but that was a really bad one from Randika. As Mahilal and Sam Smith are battling for fourth. Praveen Peter now trying to recover from whatever he missed out, and it's unfortunate that Kavin, also who was doing a very fast run there, has now fallen all the way to the back. He made a mistake in his first lap in the first corner, was a little enthusiastic there as Inuk Madhumarachi leads the pack. I'm wondering whether strategy and gamesmanship are going to play a vital role here, but brilliant drive by Inuk and Tamindra following him. These guys are brilliant drivers. Sam will inform these drivers to be a little bit more cautious. purely on the concept that that Mahilal runs a little wide, purely all on his own. Down the inside, nice move by Mahilal, perfect switch back there, but I'm not too sure whether it really worked for him, because Sam has also caught up with him. And down the long straight, the main straight, it's a perfect toe that Sam will get. Sam has to be really cautious that he pulls out. Yes, and there Sam goes. It could go a little too wide, and Sam could. Whoa, Kavin hit. Kavin did a little bit of a number on Mahilal there. Kavin has to give the place back to Mahilal.
Kavin, give the place back to Mahilal.
Informed race control.
Kavin, you need to give the place back to Mahilal. Kavin, slow down. Give the place back to Mahilal. Okay, thank you.
And there you see Kavin having to give the place back, because there was a coming together. And Inuk running very, very wide there. These tires, no, the tires are still in good trim. And Praveen Peter now catching Inuk Madhumarachi. As you can see, as you can hear, Sam giving orders or instructions to the drivers. If they've done something naughty, they're being told immediately to give the place back. And incidents on track are verified almost immediately, as Kavin seems to have taken Mahilal in a very clean manner in the next bit. And there you see Kavin there now trying to catch the others. Sam at the moment will ride on board with Praveen Peter and Inuk. Inuk trying his level best to make that Porsche the widest Porsche in the world, and nicely covers the inside there. Brilliant job. Now he has to get onto the right side of the track to make sure that Praveen can't go down. Yes, he does it. Picture book blocking mechanism, which is totally legal there. And I hope he doesn't run too wide. No, he does run too wide, but he covers the door. He closes the door, and these guys running all the way up to the wall. Mahila, Pete, Praveen having the inside there, and there's contact. No, nicely done by Inuk, and he runs totally wide on that one. Poor Inuk. I think the pressure was a bit too much for him, and Inuk tried his level best, but Praveen Peter knew exactly where to take him. Praveen has a 5 seconds to catch Randika. I hope he doesn't do what Randika did to him when he catches him in 5 seconds. And we've got Sam, who's also being overtaken by Kavin. Kavin is a very, very good driver. He's our pole sitter for the day, but unfortunately his enthusiasm got the better of him, and he lost out in the into the first corner, and went all the way to the back. And then he had another bit of a moment with Praveen Peter, and that too had set him back a little bit. But as you can see, he's come all the way up to 5th now, and Inuk does a bit of a wiggle there, and Kavin runs wide there as well. Praveen Peter has got a couple of seconds off, a couple of tenths off Randika, but nothing too much to write home about, as Inuk nicely covers the inside. And there you see Kavin going off all on his own again. He needs to understand the concept of controlled aggression. This is the young man's problem. He did it all on his own, and he needs to drive with controlled aggression. I mean, he could have had a beautiful run today, but he dropped again. And there you see Kavin. We ride back on Praveen Peter. Praveen Peter now has dropped it down to 3.84 to 4 seconds, 4.3. This long straight is always... Oh, Praveen is slowing down. Something's gone ridiculously wrong with Praveen. And Praveen has slowed down all the way. I think he's having a problem with the car. Praveen has slowed down. I'm wondering whether his pedals have gone away from him or something's gone away from him, because he was 3 seconds, 3.8 to Randika, and he's dropped to 8.5. I have a feeling he's lost his pedals, and there's something radically wrong with Praveen. He's got the pace up again, but for a little bit, I'm sure he got a phone call or something in the middle of a race, and now he's up the pace again. But Praveen lost about 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 4.5 and a bit to Randika. That is unfortunate. He's now catching again. It was 7.5. He's now 6.2. He's got the pedal to the metal, as one would say, and there you see rather Praveen again now pushing it to its max again.
Okay, in this particular race also it's 22 laps, so pit strategy, fuel strategy will come into play. If all these guys, as you can see, all 7 drivers are driving on racing soft, so that means their next strategy would be a different one. I don't know how they're going to pull it off, because the racing soft tires wears off pretty fast. So as you can see,
right on cue, we have our 2 front runners coming in for pit stops, and Praveen Peter takes over the lead in this one. As what happened to Sam Smith? Sam suddenly slowed down again.
yeah, his tires seems okay, and his fuel, because I mean these Porsches, it can run for a longer duration, not like the other.
GT Sport is far more forgiving than GT7.
Yes, it is.
And we have Praveen Peter and Inuk. The gap still quite large, I would say. But why did Mahilal and them come in? Because they've got tires, they've got fuel. They didn't need to come in.
Maybe they're on a different strategy.
There was no strategy needed. You've got enough. You've got enough tires and you've got enough fuel. So Randika's come out on mediums, and Mahilal has come out on mediums as well. So that's not really sure exactly what's happening here. But anyways, everybody is happy, I guess. And young Kavin is in 3rd place in his racing softs. He's got quite a bit of tire wear, and Inuk is about 7 seconds ahead of Kavin. Was a beautiful slide there by Inuk, and we'll ride back on board with Sam. And where's Sam? Sam is just there. The cars are close in battle there. We go back again and we look at these 2. We've got Randika and Tamindra. So Tamindra is now, these guys all on fresh rubber, our lead pair from way back when. We've got these 2 guys there who are close to each other but not really. Praveen Peter was also in the pits, and I'm not too sure why, but these guys are coming in for pit stops very, very early. Mahilal has had his pit stop. Inuk is still out there. He's leading the race once again, and Kavin is also in the top. He's on second grid or second slot. Sam Smith in 3rd at the moment, and Tamindra and Randika now very, very close to each other. Very close. I'm wondering whether Praveen Peter came out. No, he hasn't. And these guys are very close, I would say, Tamindra and Randika. So there you see these guys, these drivers really pushing it. They're after 1 pit stop. We've got almost 14 laps remaining in this race. I had to do a little bit of mental math to figure that one out, and it took me a little bit of time to think how many laps there were raced. Just shows how much the brain has got fried at the moment. And we've got Inuk in 3rd place, Sam in 2nd, and Kavin is in the lead. No real battles taking place, Sam, but
No.
in the middle here you get Tamindra and Randika who are still close to each other but not really fighting this one out.
The two brothers.
They're brothers, is it?
I believe so. Varna Virakula, right?
Both of them are
Yeah.
Veeravarnakulas?
Yeah, Veeravarnakula, yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad. Two brothers. Damn. Okay, sorry.
So we have three brothers fighting on the pro class, Kevin, Mevan, and who? Brian. Sorry. Yeah, the three brothers.
Sam, I thought my brain was fried. You're no better. You're wondering. You're going to think about these guys, and these are guys you deal with every day. Anyways.
So the Pereira brothers in the pro class and the Veera Varnakula brothers in the AM class.
It's so cool to see these guys race like this, and they've got healthy competition between the two of them. But I'll tell you, with those three Pereira brothers, there's no love lost between the three of them. When they get onto a track, they will take each other out if they need to.
Yeah.
You know, those guys are not. They're not. There is no love lost there. Anyways, there's a case there as well. Memory of Kaushalya Samarasinghe, I'm told.
Yeah. It's mandatory for both classes, pro and the AM, to have the Kaushalya Samarasinghe sticker, decal on their cars.
So all the drivers now running on racing mediums, they've done the mandatory pit stop, and they've changed from the softs to the mediums now. And Praveen Peter is 13 seconds behind the lead pair. All credit to Praveen for having caught up with whoa, there's a bit of a moment there. I think I'm bad, I shouldn't have made that comment. He drops from 13 to 17 and a half, almost 18. Yes, it's 18 now. And Kavin Rajapaksa is saying thank you very much. He's reduced his gap to 6.7. Kavin is the man the boy who was on pole, and Praveen was the guy who was in slot 2. So that was an unfortunate moment for Kavin because he went off all on his own twice today, and I'm sure he's kicking himself, saying, this is not the way to do things. Inuk Madhumarachi, meanwhile, has done his pit stop, come out, and is in 6th place. He's fighting with Sam for that slot there. And if we go with the lead pair again, we've got Tamindra and Randika. They are driving in tandem, as one would say, but no real competition between the two, because Tamindra is making sure that he's well in front and not giving his brother any opportunity to have a look down the inside or the outside. As I saw Randika run a little bit wide. Kavin has not made any Praveen Peter has not really made any gain on the lead pair. He's actually lost a couple of tenths in the process, and is now 6.2 seconds ahead of Kavin.
Okay, let's see what tire choice that Sam Smith is using. Okay, so everybody's on medium sets of tires, the entire pack. Let's see. I think the strategy is to go the longest before doing a pit stop, because like we mentioned before, these Porsches can run longer.
Sam,
if
I
they are,
don't think they can do it.
I'm talking about the fuel. So we are on to the 10th lap of a 22 lap race.
They'll have to come in for another set of tires, in my opinion. I don't think
probably
they can run the distance on the tires that they have. They'll have to come in for another set of tires. Fuel, they might be able to pull this one through, but tires for sure, no way. Even though they're on the mediums, the latter part of by the time they get to the 20th lap, 18, 19, 20, it'll be very skittish there.
Yeah, could be.
That's a tough one. Sam going around the spoon curve at the moment, and all the cars evenly spread out. I can see these guys have got a little closer. The cars very close now. Randika right on the tail of Tamindra is going to dive down the inside. No, he's not. Both cars for Tamindra, Randika goes a little wide, but that line seems to have worked for him because the gap reduced momentarily, and very, very steady drivers. I don't know what happened to Randika, why he made that move on Praveen Peter, and I saw him coming down the inside. I thought he was trying to take a different line. I think he missed his braking completely, and for sure he's going to end up with the penalty. And it's going to be a tough one for Tamindra, and him having Randika on his tail. Randika again under an investigation. We will have to review it later on and find out what exactly went wrong there. But nevertheless, I think he's going to be more cautious in this corner. This is exactly where that's not the one. The next one, that being the Dunlop curve, that one is not where it happened. It happened at this corner, the spoon curve, and there you see that little twitch. He lost 5/10 in that little twitch there, and Tamindra says thank you very much and lives to fight another day. And I think Randika has lost a bit of concentration because he's lost almost a second in that sector 2 and sector 3 of this 5.8 kilometer circuit. 18 turns twisting you up and down, and there's an elevation change of almost 50 meters in this circuit. The beauty of this circuit is one of the few circuits where you have a bridge where you go over the same circuit that you are racing on, Sam. It's a nice circuit. When you come after Degna, you find the bridge coming backwards, so you don't see the cars, but you can hear the cars if you know what I mean. And Tamindra and Randika still battling it out for 1 and 2. Praveen Peter, having dropped from the 17 seconds now, has brought it down to 14. Kavin also hasn't made a humongous impression. He's dropped it down to 5.9, slowly clawing in. I don't know whether he can really make it stick into getting it into third just yet, but he's got a bit of a fight on his hands. Sam has got Inuk catching him now steadily, and you can see the exhaust, the fire coming out of the exhaust when the downshift takes place, as Sam and Inuk battle it out. Inuk is now just under 2 seconds, and Inuk having fresher tires. Oh no, he hasn't, but Sam I think has pitted a little later, but he has the fresher tires, and Inuk is managing to keep up with him. And Mahilal Pires, what has happened to him today? He was driving so well, and it all went wrong for him. He's 52 seconds off the pace of the lead car, and he's 23 seconds away from Inuk. I would have presumed this to be a little closer, as Randika still battles it out. He's brought it down to 3/10 now, and coming up to the 130R, and we will look at the time slots there. It's still 2.5. Oh, it's very, very close. As he looks down the inside, he doesn't really brake. I hope he doesn't run wide on this one, and Tamindra will have to take it on the inside. Yeah, no, he doesn't. If I was Tamindra, I would have been on the inside of that corner, but he trusted his brother a little too much. And there you see Randika takes the lead. Very clean overtake there as the brothers swap places. If I were Tamindra, I'd get right under that car's exhaust and just make sure that I get the toe into the corner and brake a little bit on the right side and try to get around the inside. But Randika had that one perfectly covered. He's already 6/10 ahead of Tamindra. Tamindra didn't have much to do with that one, and Randika has really opened up the fuel mixture, and I think he's opened it up completely, where he's burnt quite a bit of fuel in that bit of that sector. I can see the fuel gauge has dropped almost to a quarter now, and Tavindra has a lot more fuel at this stage. Praveen Peter, as you can see, is running a totally different strategy from what I understand. He's brought it down to 12.5 seconds, and that is going to play into the hands of Praveen Peter, because Thamindra will now slowly have to reassess his position in this. Randika has to really scamper along because he's under investigation for an incident on track, and that is okay. So it's 1.3 to 3 seconds between Randika and Thamindra. Praveen Peter has clawed in another bit. He's at 11.3 now. Kavin has not really made an impression. I'm wondering about Kavin, what went wrong for the young man, because he was quick to put the car on pole, but it doesn't seem to be having the same pace in the race then. Because Kavin was doing 2-second flat laps, and he has not done a single lap of 2-second flat. So there's something radically wrong between his qualifying times and his race times.
Yeah.
Generally, you get, when your fuel loads drop, you generally manage to get the times which you should be doing in a qualifying lap. So there you go. See, again he runs it really wide. I think it's a lack of concentration. As Thamindra comes back into the pits, brings in his car with the mediums. I told you his fuel and his tires must have been at quite a... And there you see Thamindra coming in, the car, the Cmsc branding on it, the Nippon paint branding on it, and fuel goes in the case. Is in memory of Kaushalya Samarasinghe, one of our dear friends who sadly left us much earlier than he should. And Thamindra goes back to soft compound tires there, and Thamindra comes out a little behind Inuk, and then we see Inuk and Sam. Let's watch this one. That's a battle again, as one would call it, battle royale between Sam Smith and Inuk Madhumalach, and this is going to seriously hurt Thamindra, because Thamindra needs to pass these guys and not get held up by them. Because these guys are running a 2 minute 6 second lap, as opposed to the others who've been running a 2 minute flat lap. So, from what I understand, Inuk will be taken by Thamindra very soon, because Inuk is running a set of worn out mediums, whereas Thamindra is running a brand new set of soft compound tires, slightly heavier fuel load, yet for all, Inuk has to seriously watch his braking. And there you see Thamindra giving Inuk a run for his money. The traction out of the corner far better in the Nippon painted Porsche. Thamindra tries one way, Inuk tries the other, and then Inuk is on the inside. Inuk should have the corner. No, Thamindra has already got the corner there, and Inuk gives in there. Very smart move there. There's no point fighting with Thamindra there. And now we go with Thamindra he goes along with Sam Smith. So Sam being the next person he's eyeing, he should have Sam within the next 2-3 turns in the 120R, in the 130R, sorry. Yeah, there you go. There you see Thamindra, beautiful overtake there. Sam just doesn't have the traction out of the corner for that one, and in the process Sam is rattled a little bit, and Inuk catches Sam there. So 5 tenths between the two of them. These two guys have been battling it from way back when, and Inuk, the 4 cars there. Praveen Peter, I think, has also come out of the pits, and Praveen Peter hasn't come out of the pits. You can see the car has had quite a bit of bashing around the paint. It's all gone in the front, which is pretty realistic. Where are we with young Kavin? Kavin again running this car. I'm sure Kavin is going to try to take this all the way to the wire. If he doesn't, he's in a bit of a soup, because he's got a good lead. He doesn't need to really do anything drastic. His only problem is his fuel. His fuel might not last 7 laps, so he might have to come in for a splash and dash, and that's going to set him back a pit stop. and he might come down way below because the gap between Tamindra and Praveen Peter is just a second and a bit. So there's going to be, for sure, we're going to have an issue with Tamindra overtaking Praveen Peter. All's good here in this part of the circuit, as Praveen Peter, as Kavin claws into Randika's lead, and he needs to understand that he's, and Tamindra has made a right royal boo-boo there. He goes off all on his own, I think, and Inuk, I think, I have a feeling Sam and Tamindra was a bit way ahead, and there you have it, Sam goes off as well. That's unfortunate. I think the tires have seen better days, or what. Sam's left wheel seems to have quite a bit of puncture there, but when it passes the pits, that will get sorted. And we'll have to analyze that Sam Tamindra in lap 16. Did he go off on his own, or was there any contact? Because in the process, something did go wrong, and Tamindra and Inuk and Sam, the three of them had a bit of a argy-bargy somewhere down the line. I guess we didn't see it on screen. We can have a look at it later on. But Tamindra was spinning like a top at some point, and that didn't really work well for Tamindra. I hope it was all by himself, but if it wasn't, we'll have to analyze it and have a look. So there you see Sam being hassled by Tamindra. Tamindra having very fresh rubber, racing softs, whereas Sam is on the mediums, and Sam goes off again. Those tires have seen better days, and Sam incidentally is running on a Fanatec steering wheel, which he bought recently. Inuk Madhumarachi running in second. I think Inuk and Kavin both will have to come into the pits. Kavin has to come in on this lap, otherwise he's racing on fumes. The mediums will have to be changed to a set of softs, I guess, and he can battle it from there onwards. There you see him diving into the pits. Let's see what Inuk does. Inuk should do the same. Inuk sends Randika all the way around the outside. That's a very smart thing to do if you want to go around me, being the concept. And Randika on very much fresher tires. Inuk will also come into the pits on this lap, I presume. No, he doesn't. He misses the pit, so he doesn't need to come in. He can do one more lap, Sam.
Yeah.
And there you see car being fueled up. He's only fueling, he's not changing his tires from what I understand. That should do, and no racing softs in, and 5 laps more to go. Where does young Kavin come out? He comes out 4th, little behind Tamindra. I think he's done well, Sam. I think he's done well, because Tamindra has gone off again, I think, because Inuk is now 6 seconds ahead of Tamindra, and Inuk is doing a pretty decent job with those tires. He's really improved his driving, I have to say. We've watched this boy grow from a little kid, and Inuk now coming into the first of the curves before Degna. There's Degna there. There's the bridge, Sam, where the cars go over and under, and you can see Inuk's fuel line is flashing again. Let's watch what Tamindra. This is going to be an interesting battle, Sam. Only issue is that I think, and I have this bad feeling that either Kavin has overfueled himself or Tamindra has underfueled himself. I'm not sure how much fuel. I think, if I'm right, I think Tamindra is on the right strategy. That fuel might take him through to the end, but Kavin for sure can dial up the ECU and make it run with maximum fuel and maximum power, and get the better of Tamindra. It'll be a good drive. it'll be interesting to see what exactly these guys are doing. As Inuk is going to come in for the pits. Kavin having the heavier car, Sam there, Praveen Peter there. I don't know what happened to Praveen again. Let's ride on board with Inuk to see what he does. He better come into the pits at this point because he's losing a lot of time to. Yes, so there you see Inuk coming in. He'll have to do a new set of soft compound tires and fuel. I hope Inuk doesn't fuel up all the way. He just needs to only have enough fuel, 5 laps or maybe 4. There you see Fancy Arch. I was right. The Fancy Arch branding is the clothing brand by Fleming. And as Inuk fuels himself, new set of tires. Yes, half tank of fuel. I think that's about right. Inuk is just behind Praveen Peter. He's got a bit of a battle on his hands there. And here we go. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Interesting one as Kavin goes all the way around the outside of Tamindra.
He's
What a
bit
beautiful overtake there. Tons of confidence there. He's got total motivation and confidence, a little bit too much sometimes, and I hope and pray that Kavin will goes around the outside, yeah, and don't forget, Sam, that Randika is under a penalty as well.
Yeah.
So Kavin needs to really catch up with Randika, because if Randika gets a penalty, I'm not too sure what the penalty is, Randika might Kavin might have a chance of winning this.
But he needs to close the gap a little bit more. The gap between Randika and Kavin is about 10 seconds or a little bit over 10 seconds.
It is, but it's dropping.
Yeah, it is dropping.
It is dropping. So there we have Tamindra. This race, all the drivers slightly spread out, and Inuk now catching Praveen Peter hand over foot. What tire does Praveen have? Praveen is on racing soft. These guys are pretty much equal on strategy, and I'm not really sure what Praveen Peter is doing. But Praveen is a very quick driver as well.
Has Praveen done a pit stop?
He has done a pit stop, Sam. And again, Praveen slows down absolutely slowly. I'm wondering what is wrong with Praveen. He suddenly goes and suddenly loses power, and again he lost it completely, and Inuk just went past him as though he took 5 seconds off on the main straight. So there you have it. Sam is going to be the next person who's going to be in trouble with Inuk catching him. Inuk running beautifully there, and nicely done. Sam is being caught because obviously the tires that Inuk has is way newer than what Sam has. Tamindra again having lost 6.9 seconds, Sam to Kavin, and Kavin having brought it down by 1 second. It's not enough. Kavin needs to bring it down by 2.5 seconds a lap to have to be in contention. And there you see it, all the drivers all trying their level best. 8.7. I think Kavin must have heard me. He's bringing it down a second. He's bringing it down like 5-6 tenths per sector. So a second a lap is still not good enough. We've got 3 laps more to go, and Kavin needs to drive it like he's stored a little bit more than what he is doing. Sam Smith is 15 seconds away, and Inuk has caught Sam. This is a battle of total. Sam, why did you go there? You should have kept the car on the left there and told Inuk to go all the way around you, which you could have done, but Sam's tires are pretty much gone. I'm very, very impressed with young Inuk's driving today. Inuk and Kavin, both not even 15 years of age each, youngsters taking part in this, and This is the kind of racing we'd love to see, with the youngsters going, and automatically Inuk has pulled a lead of 2.5 seconds from from Sam, and Tamindra will be his next target. A bit tough, but yet for all. Kavin doesn't seem to have made a huge dent into the timing of Randika. The gap's still pretty much 7.5. He's got to do it at 2.5 seconds. Now he's got to do it at about 5 seconds a lap, which I doubt pretty much. But his only saving grace will be what the stewards are going to say to Randika over the incident of between himself and Praveen Peter. So Tamindra still 15 seconds away. Inuk has brought it down to 9.8. It was 14 at one point. The gap between Inuk and Sam. Oh, there's a bit of a movement there. That would have lost Inuk some time. Oh, it doesn't seem to have. It seems to have worked in his favor. He's dropped it to 8.4. Inuk can see the clock as well. He's bringing the car in 5-6 tenths per sector, beautifully driven there. 7.5 there. I'm very impressed. And Kavin has brought it down to 5.8, and Randika is on a coast. Randika is coasting. I think Randika is in trouble. Randika is on his. The tires have seen better days. No, but Kavin's tires are equally bad. So let's see what the plan is here. Kavin brought it down drastically. Maybe Randika had a moment that we didn't quite see. And there you have it. Inuk bringing it down to 4.5. We should have Inuk on Tamindra's tail. Tamindra can see Inuk in his mirrors, and Inuk can see Tamindra in front of him. While we wait to see what Kavin can do. Kavin's got 2 laps more to do whatever he has to do and make his auntie look good. But yet for all, beautifully drifted round that corner, and that really, I thought that kind of driving reduces or increases your lap time, and yes, it has. He's 4 tenths slower than his previous lap, so that's not really working. I told you, Sam, these guys, Kavin could have been doing 2-second flat laps, and he was doing laps which are very much slower. So Kavin should have been quicker right at the start. Tamindra falling prey, and Inuk is now right there to take 3rd place. Brilliant drive by Inuk. Extremely impressive. Inuk is coming into esport after many months. I know the steering wheel was broken, and young man had his O-level exams taking place as well. So this was not something of a priority to him. And there you see Inuk. Oh, come guys, keep it clean. Inuk, beautifully done. That was not ideally done. Stewards will look into it again. And that was not on. We will look at it after the event. And anyways, Inuk has a lap and a bit to catch it, and he's still very close there. Inuk is catching him hand over foot. There's no chance there. You can see Inuk has it there. Inuk has better traction through the corner. He just needs to be cautious. There you see it. Inuk is not giving up there. Nicely done. On the straight into the next bit of S's, Inuk should have it. And Tamindra will stay on the right, Inuk on the left. Inuk has the line there. There's no chance for Tamindra, unfortunately. And what happened to Kavin? Kavin has got disconnected, and that is unfortunate because he was right there in the game.
I don't know, Kavin, must be your internet because the race is still on.
Kavin has got disconnected in the process, and thereby Randika and Inuk, Tamindra, Sam Smith, Praveen Peter and Mahilal are all fighting for this event.
Kavin.
I think Kavin's internet had a problem.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. He was right there, and Inuk is in second place now, and Tamindra has had a moment. Oh no, what's going on here? Poor Tamindra. He's really on the last bit of his fuel. He's trying to keep that car. Tamindra and Randika. I think Randika is almost at the end. And Randika, as he gets through the Casio Triangle, he goes in absolute good form, and Inuk is 37 seconds away from getting the checkered flag. Inuk's fuel light is burning as well, and we wait to see Inuk cross the line. Tamindra's fuel line is also burning. These guys have really matched it to the wire. And I was wondering why Inuk had put so much of fuel, but clearly his strategy, he needed more fuel. And Inuk comes around there as Tamindra just about manages to come in third place. These guys are all very slowly coasting along. Everybody's on fumes, as one would say. And Sam Smith comes past the line, and Praveen Peter again, beautifully done, but there you see Mahilal a lap and a bit behind, or on the same lap actually, but 1 minute and 47 seconds behind the leader. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with you with race 2 of the Pro class. And we are back to race 2 of the pro drivers. The grid has been reversed, and we've already got a driver who has a jump start, and there will be a penalty for the jump start driver. I'm not too sure who it is, but there will be a jump start penalty for that particular driver, and I think that driver is, I'm not too sure who had the penalty, but I know there was a jump start, and all the drivers are clean off. It was a grey color car, but I saw it moving. The game automatically gives the gear jump start, so the stewards are saved of that headache. I'm not too sure. Let me see. It was Mevan. Unfortunately, it was Mevan Pereira who did that jump start, and he goes off on his own. Angelo Senratna there, all the drivers in the middle. Let's stay on board with Brian Pereira. And the front runners again giving it quite a bit of curry, as one would say. Clean driving so far. These are the professional drivers in the pro class, and there you had Nevan running wide, and Viren coming together with him as Seshan came out, as Nevan came from the outside back in. Viren in second place, Seshan in third, and Shane Darren in the lead. As you see, Thiago giving Brian a bit of a run for his money. These guys all running on, and Nevan has another moment. Extremely agricultural, that Porsche, I must say, and Nevan inheriting a place from that. Adam in 7th place, Kevin Pereira in 6th, again hassling his own brother, and Thiago now catching, has got a lead from Brian, and 9/10 away from Seshan. Seshan also on medium. So let's go down the grid from start to top, finish. Shane in racing with racing softs. Shane Darren with racing softs. Viren Boteju racing soft. Seshan Gunasekara running with racing mediums. Thiago running racing medium. Brian Pereira also in with racing medium. Kevin also with mediums. Adam medium. Oh, there's a Viren has gone off and had a bit of a moment. Angelo Senratna racing soft. Mevan racing soft. And Nevan also racing mediums. I think we have the entire list. Have I missed anybody, Sam?
No.
No, we've got everybody. And Shane Darren scampering away with a 4.2 second lead over Seshan Gunasekara. Seshan and Thiago managing the pace, managing their medium tires. These guys, the top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all these 10 drivers, lots of racing experience on eSport. They know how to manage their cars. We go down again. Kevin is now on Brian's tail. These two brothers, I told you earlier, there's no love lost between these guys. Kevin all the way there. There's a little bit of the car bouncing around. I'm wondering whether there was a bit of an internet lag in that. But Adam again catching Kevin as well. So we've got the whole lineup of cars there, and Kevin, oh, that was really close. Kevin now on Brian's tail. This is going to not work in Brian's favor because Brian needs to have a little bit of fresh air, and the cars very jittery, Sam. When I see them, they're all over the place kind of thing. I'm wondering whether one of them are having a bit of an issue with the internet. Again, Nippon Racing sponsoring this race at home championship, and we ride on board with Brian and Kevin. Brian having that yellow Porsche squarely in his mirrors. That's the gap I see between the two of them, very close. And Thiago seems to have pulled a bit of a lead from Brian and managing the pace with Seshan. The whole idea is that you need to keep within a slingshot from the other person if you are to be in any kind of contention. So Shane Darren 4.1 seconds, he's running on soft, so that would explain how he is quicker. And Seshan and Thiago now in second and third. Seshan having a little bit of a moment there, slight wiggle there. We'll ride on board with these two, Brian and Kevin. Oh, they are close. Just keep it. Brian holding the inside line and making sure if Kevin wants to go, Kevin has to go around the outside. Kevin is just on that. Whew. I'm getting grey hairs watching this. And as I go behind, you see Adam now also being pressurized by Angelo and Mevan. Adam's tires after 3 laps is pretty badly gone, running mediums. I'm wondering what has happened to Adam, because the softs and the mediums are pretty much the same, and Adam has started this race with a little less fuel as well. I'm wondering what he was doing when he thought of that strategy. Maybe he's got something totally different to what you and I know, Sam. This is 4 laps down the line, and Kevin's tires seem okay. Brian's tires are hurt a little bit more, but Thiago and Seshan, their tires seem to be pretty decent, and Shane Darren's tires are pretty much on their limit. They've gone over 50%. Shane will have to come in maybe on lap 6. He'll have to come on lap 6. It won't be brilliant for them. And Kevin and Brian, they are pretty much on the same strategy as the others, but Kevin's tires are far better. I'm very surprised when the car is following. Generally the tire wear is greater. Adam having managed to pull a little bit of a breather between himself, and Angelo, but Mevan and Angelo both running on soft compound tires. There's not much sunlight between those two cars. They are pretty much tooth and nail again there. It's nice to see these guys driving like this, very clean, and Mevan going around the outside, Angelo keeping it extremely tight on the inside, Adam on the inside, and keeping it on the inside to make sure that if Mevan wants to go, he's got to go right around the outside. The tire wear is a huge issue here, as Mevan tries to go down around the outside. He manages to do that, and he gives a small tap. That's a racing incident. That's not really something that we would want to go through again. Adam is now 50% fuel, 50% tires. He's gonna make this thing stick till lap 8, I would guess, 9 if he was really lucky. Kevin, on the other hand, his tires are pretty decent. He's got into a rhythm now, and he's not trying to pressurize the brother, but the car doesn't seem to be very stable. Whereas Brian, the car, I'm wondering whether Kevin is driving with a controller, Sam. Wondering whether, because the way
It
the
seems
car,
like, because I was wondering, because Kevin, Brian, and Mevan, their internet connection is okay.
yeah,
but
it's
I don't know,
very
it's
weird. But the
very-
way the car is handling itself,
Yeah,
I'm wondering, because Brian's car is pretty
smooth.
very smooth, 3.6 away from Thiago, and Kevin is hassling him. What's the gap between Thiago and Seshan? It's 0.6, pretty close now, but Seshan is a cool customer. He is not going to get pressurized by Thiago, and Thiago is going to pile the pressure on him, but the young 13-year-old, he will hold that and wait, as Shane Darren is losing his lead hand over fist to these youngsters. And as you can see, Sam, that's the end of his tires. They're pretty much on his canvas, a little bit more, and he's going to have to ride that thing on on canvases. He might do one more lap. I think he might do one more lap just to make sure that he doesn't have to go too far into the second stage for his second stop. But as far as I can say, he's losing time hand over fist to these two youngsters. And does he dive in on the right? No, he doesn't.
No.
He does another lap. And that's not going to be ideal because come the curves and the Dunlop and Degner, he's going to suffer immensely to these two Porsches at the back. This car, the GTR, is an extremely heavy car around this circuit, and it takes a lot of tire wear out of this thing. Seshan seems to have pulled a bit of a breather from Thiago. Thiago seems to have fallen back a second. These two guys may be on a different strategy. They're going to make this thing stick till about lap 10. And then they'll get onto the soft tires and go on a sprint again. Thiago's gap to Brian is pretty much the same, and the gap to Kevin is also the same. Mevan has closed the gap to Kevin, but Angelo is fighting back. Angelo's tires are also. Oh, Angelo's got far better tires than Mevan. Amazing, that big car. Angelo has managed to somehow keep the car running competitively with that soft racing tire. With that weight, he's kept it going, Sam. And Mevan didn't manage the same. Mevan has managed to lose a lot more tire wear. We go back with Brian. Brian is still trying to get away from the brother. The gap to Thiago is not really increasing or decreasing. Seshan has now caught hold of Shane. I hope they keep it clean because Shane has to understand his strategy is totally different. There's no point fighting with Seshan.
Yeah.
Seshan's strategy is completely different, and he's going to lose out a lot more if he does a smart thing, stays away from Seshan, and Seshan lives to fight another day. In the process, I think Shane is going to come into the pits on this one because he's got no tires there left, and that will help Thiago. Thiago will not have to fight with his tires as well. No, but Shane decides to go another lap. A little bit of a. I'm wondering whether that strategy is going to work for Shane because Shane is really not going to gain anything out of this whole thing. He might lose out, if you ask me, on one of these corners. He's going to have Thiago coming on the inside of him, and in the process, Brian has managed to catch these guys, and that doesn't work well for Thiago on a strategy like this because he needs to get away from this as well. So Adam has lost a little bit of time. He's 9 seconds down now. Mevan and Angelo have gone into the pits, and they will come out with, I suppose, medium grade tires. And Seshan has pulled 2.5 seconds on Thiago based on what happened to him with Shane. Shane having blocked Thiago out of that one, and exactly what I said happened. Shane should have not allowed that to happen to him. He lost a whole lot of time by trying to fight with Thiago and losing even more tires that he actually had. Unfortunate. He should just let these guys go because he had a strategy. His strategy was different, and in the process, Thiago lost a second to Brian and lost 2.5 seconds to Seshan, and Seshan now scampering away with this one. Unfortunate, but that's racing for you. And Kevin having now come all the way back on Brian. Let's watch what happens to Shane. Shane is now. Adam has come out. Oh, Adam's
What happened to Viren?
Viren is last because he went off and had a right royal off in that Peugeot of his. Unfortunate. And here we have Mevan, Angelo, and Adam. So Mevan and Angelo have new tires, and Adam. Oh, this is not Adam. This is Nevan. I'm sorry,
Nevan.
my bad. This is Nevan, who's sliding around here, and Mevan and Angelo have got new tires, but they can't seem to get around him. Sam, Mevan and Angelo are now on racing mediums, and Mevan and Angelo have both got onto racing mediums as they try to go around. Whoa! Nevan has a moment there, and and both Angelo and Mevan take him in the area coming into Casio, and there was no way out for him. We've got Adam in the pits. We've got Shane Darren in the pits finally, and Shane's got on to a set of racing softs again. Racing soft again for Shane Darren, and Adam has got a set of racing softs as well again. So that's where it is, and we've got Nevan coming in with his mediums. Let's see what's happening further up the grid. Poor Brian is getting hassled unmercifully by Kevin, and that has really eaten into Brian's timing with Thiago. So Brian's tires are equally bad as Thiago's, and I think in maybe not this lap but the one after, Thiago and Seshan will come in. Seshan is lapping a little bit quicker than Thiago, but Thiago seems to have caught up on Seshan, and that is the duel for the first place and second place. And 3 and 4, you still see Kevin badgering the brother Brian, and the car very stable with Brian. Brian knows how to handle this car. Only thing he's losing time because of he is having to wade off the younger brother. It's amazing because Kevin, Thiago and Seshan have come into the pits. Let's see what their strategy will be. Seshan has just come in. We'll see how these two guys fare. They've got enough fuel for a lap and a bit, but I don't think that this is going to work for them because they've been fighting each other. I'm not too sure if this is going to work in their favor on the long run. So Seshan is refueling at the moment. Thiago is also refueling. Thiago is out, and I think these two guys are out. Thiago has managed to pip Seshan in the pits. Seshan has refueled himself completely, and Thiago has underfueled himself to come in for the final stint, I presume. And the gap now between Thiago and Seshan is 4 seconds. So there you have it. Kevin is now 3/10. This is really nail-biting stuff, Sam. I'm really worried for Brian because I want Brian and Kevin to finish this race in an ideal situation and not take each other out. They're driving beautifully, but you know, all's fair in love and war, and two brothers really having a scuttle of it all. Kevin having a look down the inside there, and I'm not sure whether this is the right thing to do with these brothers. It's like Hamilton and Lando and what's his name, or let's say the two Ferraris. Oh,
Carlos Sainz
and Leclerc trying to fight each other because they're both on the same side, and this is really going to eat into what Brian and Kevin are doing, and going to play into the hands of Thiago and Seshan. This would have been an ideal opportunity for them to get a bit more air between them, but they are both coming into the pits now. We'll ride on board with Seshan. Seshan 4.1 seconds behind Thiago. Something went wrong with Seshan today. He made a mistake in the first with the pit stop as well. He's done the same thing on the second one. I suppose he has a strategy. This young boy, whatever said and done, all credit to him. He has a brilliant mechanism of thinking, and let's see what happens. Shane Darren, meanwhile, has caught Seshan. He's about Shane is about 9 seconds now behind Thiago, and is about 5 seconds behind Seshan. So when the cars came out, Kevin is in 4th place, and Brian has dropped down all the way to 5th place. So that's their thing. They're both on racing soft tires now. So the top 4, Thiago is on racing softs, Seshan is on racing soft. Shane Darren is on racing soft. Kevin Pereira on racing soft. Brian Pereira is on racing soft. Angelo is on mediums. Viren is, after his pit stop, on mediums again. Mevan is on racing mediums. Adam is on racing soft, and Nevan is on racing soft. So there you see it, the gap between Adam and Mevan now 4 seconds. That's going to be interesting to see. Mevan holding back young Adam. Adam is a fighter to the end, and we'll see what Adam can do. And Mevan there again getting close to Viren. Viren very, very, very close there. I hope nothing happens to the Peugeot. My heart bleeds for that red Peugeot. I really like that car. The only one which really has some character here. And I got a good driver behind the wheel as well. And Viren bringing that car Peugeot in perfectly, turning it in, keeping the apexes nicely there. This corner, this spoon is a double apex corner, and then going uphill again on the inside of that corner there, the little right-hander. They'll move to the left a little, and then the very fast sweeping 130R. It's 300 meters between the corner before and the corner after, and then they brake hard into the right-hander, which is the Casio triangle. So Viren there in that beautiful car, nicely done there. Angelo Senratna in that big monster of a GTR. He can see Brian Pereira in front of him, and Brian seems to have fallen back a little to Kevin, and Kevin now is very close to Shane Darren. Shane Darren is there right on the crisp of Kevin, and Kevin and Brian there now waiting to take the place from Shane. So Shane running a set of racing mediums as well, but I have to tell you, Sam, the GTR runs very well around this track if you drive it right. You remember when we had a Singapore Sri Lanka event, the Cmsc and the MSS event, there was this guy who brought this big monster of the GTR, and he drove it so beautifully. He on the reverse grid race, he came from the back all the way to the front, and then that was a brilliant event on its own. So all credit to him. If he can keep this thing going. And I think Kevin got the better of Shane while I was ranting away, and now we wait to see what Brian can do. So Kevin is on a long run there with Shane, and Brian Pereira now coming up to Shane. So that's the situation up at for third and fourth. Seshan seems to be keeping the same gap to Thiago, 4.5 to 5 seconds. It's seesawing up and down, but the gap between Kevin and Seshan has gone up to almost 8 seconds, and we've got 10 laps and a bit to the final bit of this race. And ideally, I think we are in for another round of pit stops round about lap 16. For those who are in this on the long haul, it's not going to be easy. Seshan is slowly clawing into Thiago's lead. Seshan can afford to do that because he's fueled his car a lot more, and the car will be running a lot here. The fuel mixture will be much better. Kevin, on the other hand, might be able to run this thing a little longer. So is Brian, and they will not need to pit as early as the front two runners. So Angelo again, half tank fuel, 60% tire wear left, all good there. Mevan about the same, but his fuel is low. Adam again has eaten into his tires, and this is not looking good for Adam, because Adam will have to come into the pits within the next maybe 2 laps the max, and that's not going to work for him, because once he does that, he's not going to have the tires to go all the way to the end. So there you see it, Adam Junaid being chased by Nevan 30 seconds behind Adam, but Viren and Nevan all running at the back but having a ball over time. Thiago 4.2 seconds ahead of Seshan. Pretty calm drive for him. Looks like it's all another day in the office, as well as same goes for Seshan. Seshan too, clawing a 10th here, a 10th there. It was 5 seconds about 3 laps ago. It's 3.9 now. So very, very slowly, Seshan bringing the car in, dialing it in, and Thiago's fuel is way less than what Seshan is. So Seshan has the advantage on the second pit stop to fuel a lot less than what Thiago would have to. And these guys are heavy strategists. They know what they're doing. Kevin again may have to pit in about 3 laps time, and that would not be ideal for him because he still has to finish with 12 seconds advantage to him to be in the top 1 or 2. So that's needed there. Same goes for Brian. Brian needs to make 15 seconds in the next maybe 8 laps. That's not easy, but I'm sure these guys have a strategy. They're doing it in a different way. Shane Darren all by himself, 3 seconds of adrift from Brian Pereira and 5 seconds ahead of Angelo. So there you see it. Angelo there, Mevan Pereira 5 seconds behind him. These guys all started together just 13 laps ago, and now they've spread themselves out. Adam Junaid 4.7 seconds behind Mevan Pereira, and Adam now is going to have Viren, who's all by himself. What's happened to Nevan? Nevan seems to have gone off again somewhere, and Seshan has set the fastest lap, 1:59.526, and there you see it. Thiago's gap is still 3.8 to Seshan, and another lap's gone. Only thing is Thiago's tires are pretty much fried, and he's got a lap and a bit more that he can do on these tires. I think the strategy is good for him, but Seshan might be able to do 1 extra lap more than Thiago. Unfortunately, if his tires held on, Seshan could have gone a little bit longer because the fueling is a lot better with Seshan. Brian, and there you see these guys are all by themselves. No real fight there. Viren and Adam again, no fight there. There's a huge gap between these guys. They split themselves up pretty much evenly right across the entire race. So Thiago 3.8 seconds ahead of Seshan, and that was the lead that he had. I think when he came out of the pits, he had about 3.8 to 4 seconds on Seshan. He's managed to keep that lead ahead, and he too must be now thinking of a pit stop coming in from the next lap because he's 7/10 slower than his previous lap. He's got doing a bit of a course there. Seshan is also about a second slower than his fastest lap, and Seshan keeping that 3.6. Seshan also will have to come in for a pit in maybe this lap or maybe the lap after, but Seshan is sure to fuel way less than what Thiago would need, and it'll be interesting to see when they come out how close they will be. It's 5 laps, 5 seconds, 5 liters of fuel per second, Sam?
Yeah.
So refueling is 5 liters per second, and that means in the 3 laps you are going to put in about 15 or 3 seconds. You put in about 15 to 20, 15 extra liters of fuel into the car.
Yeah, that's true.
So
And I think these guys are pretty good at fuel mapping.
At mapping, they calculate the fuel pretty decently. They know exactly that. Thiago dives in. Let's watch Seshan. Seshan dives in as well, and this is going to be an interesting one. We'll ride on board with Kevin because Kevin can manage to do another lap or two, and Thiago has only 3 liters of fuel left, whereas Seshan doesn't need to fuel. I think he can manage it. Brian has come in as well. Why has Brian come in having so much of fuel? What's the reason? That's a weird strategy for all these guys. They're racing on soft tires. They're going to do this again. There's 7 laps to go. They're going to come back on soft tires. They're not going to go mediums. And Seshan is on mediums, I think. Thiago is going to come out on what? On mediums, yes. Brian is going to come out on mediums, yes. And Shane Darren is going to come out on and Shane Dunn is going to come out on. He hasn't come out as yet, so we don't know. And in the process, Seshan has managed to get the better of Thiago. Thiago's been gone down to 4.9 seconds. That's why I said the fuel in was the most crucial thing here for both parties. Thiago's gone a lot more fuel than Seshan, so
Yeah.
he's been able to fight in the last bit, and Seshan might have to coast in the last bit. So again, these are all little things that these guys plan out. And from where I see it, Brian is in a beautiful situation. He's 3.6 seconds to Thiago, and he is with a lot less fuel in his car, so he's going to have a problem as well. He won't be able to give all the curry he needs. What happened to Kevin? Kevin is also on fumes. I thought so. Beautiful drive by the boy. Whatever said and done. He's 18 seconds. He's going to come out behind Brian.
Yeah.
He's going to come out behind Brian. That's going to be really unfortunate. But you know what I would do if I was Kevin? I'd come out with racing soft tires.
And less fuel.
Not less fuel, yes, but racing.
About seven laps to go.
7 laps to go, racing soft tires, and I'll fuel this thing about half,
Half, yeah.
right? And he's still going to be behind the top 3,
Yeah.
but he might come out ahead of Brad. He's got to be smart on this one. Not too sure how long this whole thing takes. Let's see.
Let's see the fuel going
Let's
in.
see the fuel going in. Half tank, 3/4 tank should make his day.
Oh no, he's fueling more.
Nah, he's good. I told you, 3/4 tank.
3/4 tank, okay.
3/4 tank and racing mediums again. Why? And he's 6.7 seconds away from Brian. Oh man, that's unfortunate. So there you see it. And there you see it. Brian Pereira still, he's losing time to Thiago. I think something's wrong, Thiago. It's not Brian's day today. Brian is generally on the money on this one, and something's gone ridiculously wrong. And there you have it. Beautifully driven there. Seshan Gunasekara in a league of his own, all by himself. Nevan Jayawardena 1 minute 25 seconds, and in a little bit poor fellow might get lapped. We need to watch out for that. Adam Junaid is again. Sam, I see where the problem is with Adam. He's running with his ABS on. I wonder whether his traction control is on as well, because most of these guys don't run with the ABS. Is the traction control on?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's on? Off?
No, it comes on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not too sure, because if you have traction control on, you're going to be pretty slow out the corners. Let's watch Viren. Viren generally has everything off.
No, I believe he's got ABS on.
ABS on, yeah. You need to
Yeah.
have ABS. The car locks up. It's very difficult to drive it otherwise. Yeah.
ABS on, the rest of the assist is off.
Is all off. Yes, there you have it. And where's Angelo? Angelo is the
Same.
same. All these guys run with all the assists off because that makes them very much faster. Brian is losing time to Thiago, and that's a really unfortunate thing. We were wondering whether there'll be a fight for the first 3 places, and something radically went wrong for Brian. I hold him in high esteem. He's a brilliant driver. Pulls out not 1 but 3 rabbits out of the cap, as one would say. And this is so unlike Brian. And Kevin, who was on his tail, also something went wrong. Thiago's fighting with Seshan, that gap not really reducing. He'll have to wait until Seshan loses fuel, and Seshan has enough fuel. Seshan's fuel is equal to Thiago's, and that's never going to change. So let's go. This finishing order might be the way to finish. Kevin there, meanwhile, turning that car in beautifully, keeping it nicely appointed, and I'm really impressed with the way Kevin's driving today. He had it all, but he could have done it better. And I'm really not. I'm wondering about this car, whether he's driving with the controller or whether he's driving with the steering wheel, because the car is just not.
It's
Doesn't.
not steady.
It's not steady. It's all over the place. I'm really wondering about it. Meanwhile, Angelo is now being hounded by Shane Darren. Shane, has he gone to racing mediums? Yes, he's done the racing medium, so he's used both sets of compound, which is mandatory, and he is now hauling in the other GTR. It was 2.5, it's 1.7, it's 1.8. Let's see what these two Japanese monsters are capable of now. Interesting times as Angelo and Shane Darren, they get on to it now. Into that 130R, both these cars humongously very, very heavy, a monster to muscle around this tight circuit, and doesn't really help the tire wear or the fuel either. So you can see Shane,
Fighting hard.
he's fighting hard as Shane also brings the car in. You know, it gives it, he gains a tenth and loses a tenth, he gains a tenth and loses a tenth. There he gained a full tenth there. So it's good to see. Viren again in that beautiful Peugeot is now being hounded by the Porsche. Runs wide again. This car is so difficult to handle because it's a mid-engine car and it's like on a pivot. As you can see, Viren trying to muscle it through. It's not an easy car. It's like the old Toyota MR2s, the engine in the middle. The car just doesn't want to turn in one way. It wants to go one way and you're making it go the other way. As we ride on board with Viren and with Mevan, and I hope Mevan keeps it clean here. It's all these guys beautifully driven there by Viren. Mevan not going to go down the inside. I hope Viren's tires are fried and Viren's tires are really good. So Mevan just has to be calm about this whole thing, not do anything too adventurous. And Mevan does have the traction out of the corner there. Yes, there was a bit of a tap. That was a bit of a tap by Mevan. We have to record that as well. Mevan and Viren on lap
18.
lap 18. Between Spoon and between Degna and Spoon. We know where that is. Adam Junaid again all by himself. Not an ideal day in the office for him today. This track may not be up to his thing. But one more thing that I heard is that Adam has exams these days and he had no time to practice and he got his priorities right, and he decided to study, as that was far more important than his e-sport event, and we totally understand that. But Adam is a brilliant driver in a normal sense. Sashank Gunasekara having increased his lead by 5/10 to Thiago, and Thiago having increased his lead to Brian by about 2 seconds. So these guys are actually literally pulling away, and they have the fuel and they have the tires to finish this race. Brian incidentally has a lot less fuel than the top two drivers, and I can't really understand how Brian has that problem, because Brian pitted in much later and his tires seem to have lost grip as well. Meanwhile, Kevin is slowly clawing in. He's got the tires, he's got the fuel. I hope he doesn't spring a surprise and take the brother on in the last few laps. You can see him there. You can see the brother there, but seeing is one thing, passing is a totally different concept here. As I see the car stepping out a little bit there, Brian breathing a sigh of relief. The clock between the two going to 6 seconds now. It was a little bit less, and you see Kevin trying to get maximum width of the car, maximum run through the corners, maximum speed through those corners, braking extremely late, jiggling it around there into the first bit of the casino, second bit of the casino, into the long right-hander, which comprises of the start, the long start here. This is a beautiful circuit. As you see, these guys do this. Angelo and Shane, the gap has increased now to 5 seconds, and there you see Angelo also breathing a sigh of relief as Shane may have had a moment again. Mevan Pereira still making no progress on this race. Adam 14 seconds away from Mevan, from Mevan, that's right, and Adam 26 seconds ahead of Viren, and Viren has taken Nevan again and is one. No, sorry, Mevan is the one who had that moment with Viren. Am I right, Sam?
Mevan and Viren, yeah.
Mevan and Viren. So that's Mevan has now got the better of Adam as well, because these guys are running on their last bit of tires.
2 more laps to go.
2 more laps to go, and Kevin has brought it down to 5.6, which is still not enough. Thiago has increased it to 5.8 to Brian, and Seshan is holding. These two guys are holding steady at that particular pace. They are still doing 2 minute 1 second laps, whereas the rest of them are also similar timing, but they're not really eating into the other person's time to make a big impression on it. So Brian there in third place, Thiago in second, Seshan in first, Kevin in fourth, Angelo in fifth, Shane Darren in sixth, Mevan in seventh, Adam in eighth, Viren in ninth, and Nevan in 10th. Brilliant driving by all these boys right across the board as Seshan goes into the casino for the 20th time, and he'll be starting his 21st lap as he passes the start finish gantry just there, which says Suzuka on it, and that lap a 2:02. Seshan having done a fastest lap of 1:59.526 against 2 extra points courtesy of his fastest lap, and 3.9. He's lost a little time to Thiago. Something must have gone wrong. Thiago has really upped the game. That's what's happened. He's upped the game because his last lap is a 2:02, whereas Seshan is a couple of tenths slower, and Thiago's gap to Brian seems to be increasing. So on the last 2 laps, Thiago is trying to nail it, to give it all he has. A bit late to get the fastest lap because he's on the wrong tires. He should have done this on the softs. But Seshan, being the brilliant driver he is, he claws it back again and takes it up to 4 seconds again. So there you see it. These two drivers is a ding-dong battle between the two of them. Both two-stroke drivers now. Seshan loses 2 tenths there. He's lost 1.2 seconds on this particular lap to Thiago, and Thiago is on a 4.3 and a 6 seconds to Brian. So that's a quick run by him. Brian is managing to keep the younger brother at bay, 5.4 seconds, got 2 laps more to go, and Kevin there just coming into our view there. Angelo Senratna coming under the Degna at the moment and comes into the right-hander to the right-hander, and then ready to turn into the Dunlop left-hander. The Dunlop tires, I presume, sponsored this in the years that gone by. Shane Dunham there in the same corner. Mevan Pereira now comes into, which corner is that? Back again into the same corner there, as we see Adam in the background there running the Maxis tires brand, coming into Degna, and then he will come into Dunlop after that. So there you see it. We'll ride on board. Oh, Nevan has had a 1.5 second penalty there. That's not ideal for him. He's already down 2.5 minutes, which means he would have been lapped in the corner. He'd have been lapped by the front runners, I guess, Sam?
I believe so, because
it's a 2.9 second 2.9 second lap round Suzuka,
Yeah.
and he's 2.54, so he would have been lapped, but I can't see exactly where he is, but that's okay. Seshan Gunasekara 4.4, he's increasing his lead in the final lap. Brian Pereira has been overtaken by Kevin. What on earth happened there? We missed it when we were looking at Nevan, and Brian has been overtaken by Kevin. That is really unfortunate for Brian. Championship contender here, who's I think in second place up to now, is going to make a huge lost on this one. And as Thiago comes into the last bit, Seshan Gunasekara having adequate fuel, and there you see Thiago 12 seconds ahead of Kevin. Seshan coming into the spoon last time round this corner. Beautiful car there, nicely done. Number 9 on his side, and his tires are pretty much done, but Thiago managing to stay within 4.5 seconds of him, as he has lost 2.5 seconds on this lap to his fastest lap. Still, he doesn't mind it because he's just there. His fuel light is now blinking, and it's an amazing run by this youngster. Seshan Gunasekara, 13 years old, wins race 2, or just about wins, as he does his flashes his lights. Seshan comes in first. Thiago just about makes it because he's run out of fuel, I think, and he's just managed to get to the finish. Kevin Pereira, 13 seconds away, comes in third. I think Kevin was second in the previous race as well. And there you see Kevin, and behind Kevin is Brian. We saw Brian go there. Angelo now comes around, the big long right-hander. These guys all running on fuels. I told you earlier, they really make sure that their fueling is spot on. And Shane Darren there, who led this race due to the reverse grid, comes in 6th. Mevan in 7th. And Mevan comes into Casio now. As you see Mevan taking that left-hander, very gingerly. You can see him on the throttle, very, very gingerly on the throttle. Doesn't want to give it too much curry because he might run out of fuel. As Mevan passes the finish line, Adam Junaid, where is Adam? Adam is now coming into Casio. Runs a bit too wide. His tires are completely fried. There's nothing left of his tires. And he comes in extremely slowly. Oh no, Adam's run out of fuel. Adam has run out of fuel. Viren gets 8th, Adam gets 9th, and Nevan gets 10th. So that's where the finishing order is, and that is the end of race 2 for the pro race. Congratulations to all the drivers. We'll see you back for race 2 of the AM class. And we're back for race 2 of the AM class. We've got a reverse grid where Mahilal Peris is on pole, Praveen Peter on grid 2, Sam Smith on grid 3, Tamindra on grid 4, Ramdika on grid 5, Inuk on grid 6, and Kaveen on grid 7. 22 laps around a 5.8 kilometer circuit of Suzuka, 18 corners, lefts and rights, and we go now. We have a start, and you can see the cars jiggling around as everybody seems to have got bit over the bit first curve ideally, and Kaveen seems to have got a place up on this one, and Praveen Peter has got the as Inuk has got into second spot all the way from 7th. Lovely run there. Inuk has got into the lead there. Nicely done. And where Kavin has got into 3rd place, Tamindra in 4th, Mahilal in 5th, Ramdika in 6th, and Sam in 7th. We'll ride on board with Praveen Peter again. Praveen Peter had a bit of a nasty race in the first one, unfortunate. And Kavin trying everything in the book now to get past the others, and this is going to be a race of attrition. Nicely done, brakes really late into that corner. He needs to really drive this one and show us what he's capable of. Kavin is a brilliant driver. He raced in the Speedway karting event, and I think he came second. I'm not sure whether he won or he came second, but he is a good driver. Lots of potential for the future as Inuk cards the inside and Kavin runs wide on that one. That was not an ideal thing. Kavin, he's a good driver, but he needs to calm down a little bit to make sure that he doesn't make mistakes. As there you see Praveen Peter, he made a mistake in that. I mean, Praveen Peter got the better of him there, and Kavin taking the inside all the way along the wall there, and running the number 33 of Max Verstappen on his car. Tamindra there falling back a little bit. I'm not too sure what exactly they were trying to do, but getting the car all the way up to the wall. Mahilal Peris nicely round that corner there. I can see the car with the purpose driven sticker. Praveen Peter, what happened to Praveen Peter? He was second and he went all the way back. We will have a look at it and see whether he had some incident. Praveen was in second place, and then he dropped all the way down to the back, and that's unfortunate. Ramdika, who started 6th, is very slow. Ramdika also has these moments where he suddenly runs very fast and then he runs very slowly. Mahilal in 4th, Tamindra in 3rd, and Kavin in 2nd place, and Inuk Madhumarachi running away with this one, and lots of maturity coming out from Inuk now. He's driving extremely well. Inuk took part in the Speedway karting event last month, and he's been also running in the Yamaha KT100 two-stroke series as well. So these drivers now slowly from the sport getting into the real world of racing, and it's brilliant to see the virtual to real transition. And we thank our sponsors Nippon Paint, who've come forward to sponsor this championship for us. So there you see Inuk Madhumarachi having led the first race, and now in the second race he leads it to a fastest lap of 2:04.719, and I think this lap may be a little quicker for him because he's pulling a gap from the other drivers. So Sam, Inuk is basically getting the same times that the guys in the GT7 are getting as well, 2:02. So that means these drivers are all on the same pace. Kavin has got a 2:02.1, Tamindra is a 2:02.7, Mahilal is 2:03.09, it's like a smidgen away from them. Praveen Peter is something has happened to Praveen. 206 and 207 as
He has dropped.
he's dropped. So let's look at the tire situation. Inuk is on racing softs. Right?
Enough is on racing stuff. Okay.
Yes. Kavin is on racing softs.
Okay.
Tamindra is on racing softs as well.
Okay.
Mahilal is on racing softs as well.
Okay.
Praveen Peter is on racing softs.
Okay.
Rantika is on racing softs.
Okay.
And Sam is on mediums.
Sam is on a different strategy. I
Sam
would
is
say.
on a totally different strategy. As there you see Inuk keeping the door open and Kaving saying thank you very much. That is something that Inuk should have checked. Inuk coming down the inside there, perfectly done. There was a bit of a movement there. No love lost there. Inuk managed to hold back and allow Kavin to come back. Good driving there by Inuk also. And Inuk coming back now. This is the fight that we wanted to see from these drivers. They come into it. Inuk on the inside. He might have the legs there. No, Kavin cut right across. That was a bit of a moment. I think that Kavin hit Inuk there and ran wide in the process as well. This boy needs to dial it down a bit. He's a good driver, but he needs to dial it down a bit. He's running way too hard and on the edge, if you ask me. The gap between him making a move and having contact is just a bit, and Inuk does a right royal boo-boo there and loses his second place, lost his concentration there. Unfortunate. Taminder says thank you very much, takes the place. It's a beautifully done car, Sam. I have to say, if there was an award for the most beautiful car, Tamindra's car would win it hands down there. Nicely done, attention to detail. He's got the colors in of Nippon paint, and that's a nice car. And there you see Inuk Madhumarachi, beautiful car there as well. Black. Tamindra and Mahilal also with the Nippon paint. Nicely done. And Praveen Peter now on the tail of Mahilal as well. Praveen Peter, oops, a bit of a moment there. I hope he comes down the inside. No, he doesn't. Go around the inside. Mahilal, very smart, guards the inside there, very smart. And Praveen had nowhere to go, and that was the end of that. There was no chance for Mahilal to. He was not going to give in to Praveen. Inuk, meanwhile, has dropped a little bit of time. I must say he had lots of courage to do what he did, but he needs to fight now and catch up with Tamindra and keep the pace going. Mahilal, very nice run, and I think that rattled Praveen a little bit there, and Praveen has dropped a couple of tenths there. And Rantika was very fast in race 1 and suddenly dropped in race 2. What's happened, Sam?
I have no idea. Randika, I see he's pushing it little bit too
Ragged, if you ask me.
aggressively.
Ragged,
See? Yeah.
ragged.
Because he's pushing it way too much.
Way too much.
So you need to understand you're still on the 4th lap of a 22 lap race.
Yeah.
So you don't need to push it that hard at this
This
point
early in the race.
this early in the race.
Yeah. Sam Smith having a beautiful Sunday run, enjoying his driving that Porsche of his, and we hope that he can catch up and give everybody a run for their money. We have what's his name? We have Kavin there with the waves on the back of his car. Beautiful lead there. I hope his internet doesn't go away from him on this race, as he had a huge problem. He had a nice lead and his internet went away from him, and that was the end of his race. There you have Praveen Peter now on Mahilal again. Was it Sam? Is it again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting confused. And the timing is right. Nicely done there. Beautifully done. It's 7 laps, 5 laps out of 22 here completed. And Mahilal pulls a bit of a gap there again, and Praveen Peter has nowhere to go. Now's the time that Praveen must get right under the hooter of Mahilal, get the toe in here, and then shoot down, not on that side, Mahilal, not that side. You have to do it on the inside. The right side doesn't work. You can't go around 130 RS. It's only the only person who did that was Alonso on Schumacher, and there was nobody else who can figure this one out. Just make it go the way it is. Tamindra now 5.6 seconds away from Kavin. Kavin, brilliant drive, I must say. Started last, and in 4 laps he managed to get to the lead again. Kavin should be running in the pro class, if you ask me. But there you see Praveen Peter managed to get past Mahilal, and Praveen is going to challenge Tamindra for the second spot here. So between the two brothers, Randika and Tamindra, there's something radically wrong. They're not getting anywhere. It's running beautifully, and I must say the gap between Praveen Peter and Tamindra is gradually dropping. So it will be just a matter of time that Praveen catches Tamindra, because he's doing it at a rate of 1 second per sector. This is amazing, Sam. I haven't seen this kind of aggression in a long time. And Praveen Peter now getting all the way up to Tamindra. It was at 4, it was at 6, it's dropped to 4 now. It dropped a little bit more, and now it's gone up again. 3.9. Good, decent run here. I don't see Praveen making a great leap on Tamindra now. So he made a great leap a lap or two ago, and there was a bit of a lull. I don't think he had a moment where he managed to keep it under wraps, and now again it's dropping between 3.5 to 4.5. Now again he's dropping it to 5.2. Something goes wrong with Praveen Peter, and I think his pedals or something is not working right, because he suddenly loses a bucketload of time, and then he loses time, and then he doesn't catch that time again. He's a brilliant driver, but something radically is wrong with the way he's working today. I mean, it's not an ideal situation for Praveen. I feel very sorry for him. He lost about 5 seconds in that last lap, and Mahilal then managed to get past him again. Meanwhile, our young man, I told you earlier, this young man, he tries way too hard, and at the Degner curve, Kavin, who had 6.5 second lead, went off completely and gifted the lead to Tamindra. This is not the way that one should be driving. I'm sorry to say this, Kavin, but you need to drive it a little bit more cautiously, and you will be a winner. This is you're pushing it way too hard, in my opinion, and you have to drive it like the hare and the tortoise kind of thing. You need to keep it going cautiously. So there you see it. Tamindra is now in the lead with Kavin in second place. Kavin having a right royal off there, and Praveen Peter again having problems. Inuk meanwhile is in 5th place, but Inuk has an uncanny mechanism of suddenly coming all the way to the front. So let's see what Inuk's mechanism is there. And Tamindra comes into the pits, and I didn't see any reason for Tamindra to come into the pits, but he had enough tires. That was a bit of an unnecessary move, but anyways, I couldn't figure that one out, but I'm sure Tamindra knows better than all of us. And there you have it. Mahilal is now in second place, Inuk in third, Sam Smith in fourth, while Tamindra Randika and Praveen Peter go into the pits. It is unfortunate that Kavin had that moment and went off, but as I said earlier, he needs to take it easy. This is a long race, 22 laps. You've got almost 2 hours of racing, and we need to make sure that everybody drives cautiously and finishes in the place that they started. So Mahilal now 6.5 seconds. Mahilal now 6.5 seconds behind Kavin, and Inuk in third place, a bit far down but still in third place, and Tamindra in sixth, Sam in fourth, Praveen Peter in sixth, Tamindra in fifth, and Randika still running at the back. I'm not too sure what happened to Randika because he was running really fast in the first race and he lost all momentum in the second one. So Tamindra went into the pits extremely early on lap 8, and I don't see why he had to do that, but he's done a full tanked up. Tamindra now running on mediums.
Mm-hmm.
Praveen Peter is running on mediums as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Randika also is running on mediums. So they've done their pit stops and finished, whereas the top 3 drivers have not. And there you see Kavin coming into the pits now. He was running on softs. He's going to come in with mediums, I presume. And the fuel ratio that Kavin was running is a lot more than what Tamindra was running, because Tamindra came in with a lot more fuel than what Kavin had. So there you have it. We watch to see how much of fuel Kavin puts in. In this, you don't see the amount of fuel that is put in, because in the GT7 you see the tank
You can see the
being
tank
filled up, and Kavin comes in with a full tank out and a set of racing mediums as well. As Inuk leads the pack again now, Inuk has fuel and he's got tires, and if Inuk can pull this through another 2 laps, if he can pull this through, the young man is going to have, he can manage with 1 pit stop, I think. It's going to be how Inuk is going to work this out. I have a feeling he's going to beat the other guys by a pit stop. No, he can't. He's got to come in on this lap. So 10 laps is what he's going to do. Maybe he might be able to tank up full and come out again with a full tank and fresh tires. He might be able to run all the way to the finish. I think Inuk is about the last of our runners. I think Sam is as well. Sam and Inuk are the last of our runners who's going to come in for a pit stop. We'll ride on board with Sam as well. Sam is losing it to Tamindra. Sam has lost all his tires or what? I'm not too sure. Sam too has come into the pits at some point of time, or has he been running? He couldn't have been running on these tires all along. I think he's running on mediums. Sam, is it the same tire that he started off with? Just write it down and keep it.
Okay, at the moment he's on mediums.
Yeah, but he couldn't
No,
have.
I think from mediums he has gone into mediums again.
Or he hasn't done a pit stop at all. I think he hasn't done a pit stop at all because he's really conserved his tires and his fuel.
Yeah, could be.
So he's going to run a long race and not have a pit stop, and that might work for him. I'm not sure how it works out, but he's on Tamindra's case. That's a brilliant run from Sam Smith if that is what he's trying to do. So Tamindra has finished his pit stop, and Praveen and Sam still in second, Kavin in third, Praveen Peter in fourth, Mahilal in fifth. Inuk is still fueling his car, and that's going to come out tanked up completely full with a set of medium tires, I presume. A full tank. Inuk is taking a bucket load of time to do this whole mechanism of fueling. And Inuk comes full tank, racing mediums out, and comes out last behind Randika. I hope and pray this works for him, because he's got 12 laps to do this, and it's not going to be easy. Tires is one thing, fuel is another, so the others might have to come back for fuel, and Inuk might be able to keep it going. Yes, you see Randika will have to come in for fuel. Mahilal might be okay. Sam Smith, yes, has to come in for fuel. Praveen Peter has to come in for fuel. Kavin will have to come in for fuel, as well as Tamindra. So Inuk might be all the way up there. Great mechanism of thought from him. And as you see Tamindra coming round that long right-hander, brake hard into the spoon, a nice 180-degree corner, all the way up the hill now into the 130-degree 130R, and he's got Kavin on his tail. But Kavin is a guy you never know. He's very quick. He'll be on Tamindra's tail very shortly, but it takes very little between running it at that level and making a mistake. So my fingers are crossed for Kavin. I hope he wins this race, or at least he's on the podium, because he's driven beautifully in race 1 as well. He's driving beautifully in race 2 as well, but he just needs that little bit of controlled aggression where he doesn't overdo it. So there you see Kavin there running that right-hander into the first bit of the curves. Right-hander coming into the left-hander now. Into the left-hander, again into the little right-hander, all the way on second gear, balancing the throttle on third, back into second, I presume, yes, into second there, downhill into third, and keeps it on third there, and over the hill into fourth, and hard braking into second, yes, there you get fourth, and then you'll brake hard into third and into second after that, into second there, back into third, maybe you might get fourth, and then back again into either second or sometimes into first. Yes, there you go, into first. I'm not too bad at this thing. Into second, into third, and into fourth. By the time you get to spoon, there you get in up over the hill on fourth, maybe fifth, not really, maximum on fourth, fifth, yes. Hard braking into second. There you go. On third you can't do it. You have to get to second, because on third you carry way too much speed. You've got to bring it into second, into third, into fourth, into fifth sometimes if you're quick out of this corner. Into fifth, there you go. And I don't think you can do anything better. You just lift off a little and turn in. That's right. There you go. Lift off and turn in. And into second, in the middle of this corner, there you go, into second, sometimes into first, sometimes into second, depending on your driving style. And there you have it. That's a lap of Suzuka with all the gears, and in the process Kavin has caught Tamindra all the way up, and Praveen Peter is in the background. This is going to slow Tamindra down drastically, as he's going to start blocking Kavin. I can see Kavin being another session, but the attrition has to seriously be controlled. Seshan is a cool customer. Kavin is a very good driver, but will need to be dialed in a little bit, not to be over enthusiastic in these corners. It's good to be like that, but you don't, at times it can really go against you. So there you see Praveen Peter in third place, Mahilal in fourth, Randika in fifth, and Inuk has now managed to get past Sam Smith and is now coming up to Randika, and Inuk is really conserving the fuel here. If you look at everybody else, the fuel that Inuk has might see him through to the end, while all the others actually have to come in for a pit stop. Inuk might just pull out a blinder on this one because these guys are really throttling it so hard. Again, you see Kavin running all the way around there. It's a beautiful drive by Kavin, but my heart is in my mouth to see when that mistake will happen from Kavin. He's a brilliant driver there. Young blood, young enthusiasm. He's going to look down the inside. Not there, Kavin. It's not going to work on the inside. Break there. That's right. That's the way you do it. That's right. Beautifully done by Kavin Rajapaksa. Break down the inside. Nicely done. Tamindra had nothing to do in that. He just did a switch back and didn't really work. Nicely done, Kavin. That's the way you do it. And beautifully driven. Kavin Rajapaksa, just a little bit past 12, I presume, of years of age, and driving very beautifully. There you see the boy in his Waves car. The only problem that I see now is that Kavin will have to make sure that he controls the fuel and economizes his run, because if he has to go in for a pit stop, this is going to be a humongous problem for him. Lots of interest in this championship as everybody wants to take part. The Asia Pacific Motorsport Games coming along, and the e-sport being one of the mechanisms of running it as well. So we have ACC starting very soon, which will be the game run at the Motorsport Games. So there you see it.
Tamindra making a big mistake.
Not Tamindra, Kavin.
Yes, yeah.
Kavin going off again, and so Tamindra Veeravardhana now within as I would say DRS fighting zone. Kavin pulls a little bit from him, but that happens during the braking and the acceleration point, and there you see Kavin pulling out a 1.5. He's really quick. He's really quick out these corners. He's got a lot more traction than everybody else. Kavin manages to get the car to rotate beautifully around these corners, and he's got the knack to do that. It's nice to see the boy do this. But meanwhile, Praveen Peter, 10 seconds down from Tamindra, fighting his way up again. As I said earlier, he has moments where he suddenly loses it and the car goes really slowly, and then he starts again and he fights again. Mahilal Tiris now again trying to fight with these two, have had an ongoing battle right from day number 1, I think. And there you have Praveen Peter going off. Really unfortunate again for Praveen Peter. There is something wrong with his steering or whatever. Something radically wrong, because he goes so well and then he loses it all and then fights up again. It's not ideal. Inuk meanwhile has overtaken Randik. I told you, Sam, this guy is going to slowly come up the grid. He's 27 seconds. He's got to do about another 8 seconds more. He's got to catch. And then if the top guys go into the pits, he'll be on the stop step again.
Yeah.
I think that's where he's trying to do this. He's driving very controlled. You see a very different Inuk this time. Not the Inuk that we had in the last couple of years. We had a technical glitch with the internet and we're back. So it's going to be a sprint race for 7 laps with the drivers all running the same tires that they had earlier. 7 laps to the checkered flag, and the order that they were in before the glitch happened will be how it will work. And we have drivers who are having issues. And I think Praveen Peters had a problem with his internet, which is now sorted, and unfortunately his car, there was a problem with it. And we've got
Wrong.
check off. So
Kavin, keep in mind your tire compound is wrong. I told you to be in mediums, not soft. Kavin, your tire compound is wrong.
it's got to be changed. And Randika is running on mediums.
Yeah, so if that happens, you need to go back into the pits and change it.
Randika is on mediums.
Randika is correct.
Inuk
Needs to be on mediums.
Mediums. Sam Smith on mediums.
Sam Smith on mediums.
Mahilal is on mediums.
Mahilal needs to change it to soft.
Softs.
Mahilal, your tire compound needs to change to soft.
So race control has informed the drivers that Kavin Rajapaksa, who's leading the race, has to go into the pits and change his tires, as well as Tamindra Veeravardhana, because they've been on the wrong tires at when they were asked to be on a different compound. They've got to go into the pits and do a tire change. So it's unfortunate for Kavin. It's a thing that he should have sorted out earlier. He's got to go into the pits, do a tire change, and come out, as well as Tamindra, or is
Mahilal.
it Mahilal. So Mahilal too has to go into the pits, and he has not done so. Mahilal has to go into the pits. He has one more lap to go into the pits.
Mahilal needs to go into the pits and he changed it to.
Inform him. Have to inform him.
Are you sure you were on medium when the game this thing? Tamindra. Yeah, Tamindra, you're okay. You're okay. You need to be on medium. It's Mahilal. Yeah, Mahilal needs to change it to soft. Okay.
So Randika leads this race from Sam Smith and Inuk Madhumarachi, and unfortunately for Kavin Rajapaksa, he had to go into the pits for a tire change, and he's now running mediums.
Yeah.
He's all good. Praveen Peter is in 6th place. He's having a problem with his PlayStation, we were told, and which is why we suddenly see him going faster and slower. Mahilal is also having to make a pit stop to do a tire change.
Yeah.
And he will go in on this lap, otherwise he will get disqualified. Tamindra in 4th place, Inuk in 3rd, Sam Smith in 2nd, and Randika leading this race. So Randika was leading the previous race as well, when unfortunately he had a time penalty added to his a grid penalty added to his final position, where he was judged to be 2nd. And Sam Smith is now in 2nd place. He's got Inuk Madhumarachi on his tail. These guys all now running with different tire fuel loads, but all running with the same compound of tire that they had when they were running the other race that got disconnected. So there you see it. Mahilal is already in the pits. He's gone in for a set of soft compound tires. He made a bit of a mistake, I think, when he came out. Everybody else had the right tires, and there you see Inuk there, and Tamindra Veerabodhana running a beautiful race. And Randika, his brother, is leading the race. Randika drives beautifully. I think he made a bit of a mistake on the first race. All's good. And now we have Randika winning or leading this race. We've got about 4 laps more to go in this race as we come down with the final hours or final minutes of this race for Race at Home Round 2, sponsored by Nippon Paint and Nippon Racing. Tamindra there again, trying to catch Inuk Madhumarachi. Inuk now 1.3 seconds away from Sam Smith. Inuk trying his level best, and Sam trying his level best to beat Randika as well. All in good stead here as they run in the third lap out of 7. Sam really using the full width of the track, and Randika 2.5 seconds adrift of Sam Smith, leading this pack into the race, which is the last round, which is the last race for the day, round 2 of the Race at Home Championship. And once again you see Randika clocking a lap time
can
of
you mute your mic? Ramindra, can you mute your mic?
2:01.595, which is amazing, which is very, very close to what the pro drivers were running on the GD7 as well. So Ramdika extending his lead in that lap by almost 4/10. Sam catching him by one. Sam has now caught him a little bit, but Inuk is 1.1 seconds away from Sam Smith. And Tamindra Veerabodhana, the brother of Randika, is now catching Inuk as well. Praveen Peter, where is he? He's 11 seconds away from Tamindra, and our main contender in this race, who's been having a really bad day, Kavin Rajapaksa, is now 18 seconds away from the leading pack. Unfortunate that he took the wrong tyres. These are things that have to be looked at, and race control informed all drivers to ensure that the tyres would have to be what they ran earlier. We were checking it here, and if there was a change, they would have to go into the pits and do a change, and that's what they had to do. It's the right thing to do. If you've made the mistake, you jolly well pay for it. So there you see it. Kavin on the outside, he's a really good driver, I must say. He's on the switchback, he's good, he tries it all, but attention to the little details and concentration on that. He tries to go down the inside, that is going to work, yes, I think, but Praveen Peter is also a seasoned campaigner, he knows what to do. He had better traction out of the corner because he had the wider line there, and if you take the inside line, your traction is going to be compromised. Again, oh, come on, guys, keep it clean here. That was
Kavin, no contact, please.
That was an unnecessary one. That Praveen Peter went off all by himself, so that was fine. But again, Kavin goes off a little bit. He's down to 22 seconds now, and we've got 3 laps more to go. Inuk is 1.3 seconds away from Sam. Sam is 3 seconds away from Randika. I think a good day for in the office of Sam. Sam already has won one race at Katana in his car, and now he comes here and he's on the podium in the Race at Home event as well. So all in all, Otto Smith doing well. Inuk Madhumarachi in third place, running that black Porsche of his with the fancy arch branding on it. Brilliant drive by him as well. Tamindra Veeravardhana in fourth place, catching Inuk. He's got 2 laps more to do this, and we wish all these drivers very well. Unfortunately for Kavin, he's had a bad day in the office here. He's down 23 seconds. He started off at 17 after his pit stop. Not really making progress at the moment. He's trying to go for the best lap at least, which he might be able to do. He's 3/10 quicker than his fastest lap, and he's got a long way to go. And we ride on board again with Tamindra has managed to take Inuk. Unfortunate, Inuk I think has gone off, and Inuk has had a moment there all by himself, and Tamindra has taken the third place. That's unfortunate for Inuk, but Inuk did have a podium in his first race, and we wish that Sam manages to close the gap on Randika. It'll be very interesting to see if Tamindra can take Sam, because you'll have two brothers anyway now, two brothers on the podium, and you'll have 1-2 between the same family. That will be also interesting. We've had it before with Brian and Kevin, but in the AM class we've got two brothers here, which is nice to see as well. So Sam fighting tooth and nail to keep it. He's got another lap and a bit to go, 2 laps actually to finish this race, and Inuk is now 9 seconds away, comfortable fourth. I'm not sure what exactly happened to him. Was there contact or what? We're not really sure, but we have to see later on in the event if there was any contact. So there you see it. It's all good. Tamindra clawing in little by little on Sam, and hopefully that gap between Sam and Tamindra will not reduce. We'll ride on board with Kavin. Kavin having a really bad day today, but all well and good. We've got 2 laps more to go, and that will be it for the day. And everybody, I'm sure, is rushing to watch Formula One as well. The glitch that took place delayed the entire process, but all's well so far. Inuk is not making any progress on Tamindra. Tamindra not making any progress on Sam, and Sam falling back from Randika. So that is where we are. Praveen Peter, Sam, I think his whole mechanism is playing against him today.
Praveen Peter, yes, unfortunately, see, I don't know, I think he may be having a little bit of a glitch in his rig as well.
Yeah, because we see suddenly the acceleration of the car drops.
Yeah.
And that's very unlike a glitch from a PlayStation. It looks like more a glitch from the rig.
Yeah.
And there again, Kavin not really making any headway on Inuk. Actually, he has made a lot of headway on Inuk, but he's not made any headway on Randika. He's 5 seconds away. He's got 1.5 laps to make this thing stick. I think the others are already on the final lap, so it's a bit of a long shot for Kavin to make way into the top steps, but nevertheless, great drive by all these drivers. Randika there now on his final bit. You can smell the checkered flag coming along. These guys have fueled just enough to run this car to the limit. All of them know exactly how much of fuel they need per lap, and then they fuel it backwards depending on the number of laps they wish to run. So some of them may have fueled under, some of them may have fueled over, but whatever happens, they know that they've done it adequately to just get them up to the checkered flag and not carry any unnecessary weight. Each liter of fuel is a kilo of weight which will be added to the car, and that doesn't really make any kind of sense to take anything extra. As Randika now comes into the spoon curve, which is just before the 130R, and Sam comes along to the spoon as well, as we ride on board with Randika, as Randika comes along to the 130R, coming along that way, and a big turn into the 130R for Randika, hard on the brakes just at the 50 yards, and then bounce it over the curves. That's right, on the left, he bounces it over the curves, hugs the inside line, runs it wide, and that's how Randika wins race 2 of the race at home. Sam Smith, a creditable second, Tamindra in third, and Inuk is coming into the corner before the start finish, and Inuk comes into fourth place and does a donut there, or does a spin, a donut, and then I hope he doesn't get a penalty for that one. And Kaveen finishes in fifth. Mahilal now coming along in sixth, and Praveen Peter.
Thanks, guys. Good race.
And Praveen Peter in seventh. So congratulations to all these drivers. Apologies for any.
Hold on.
Oh, what happened to Praveen Peter? Again, his car is spinning, and yes, he finishes. And the fastest lap goes to Randika. Alright guys, thank you very much. And thank you very much spectators for watching this thing. We'll see you again in 2 months' time.